you. There are not many of us, so you will get the best. I want you to leave here with your backpack loaded. I know that some people's lives have improved. Many of my listeners tell me that their lives is better since they listen to my conference. Did you listen to what the video said? I don't want you to be a 10 partner, a 10 professional, a 10 mother, a 10 son. No, I want you to give your best. I have given more than 3,800 ones. Which is the most important one for me? This one. And I've been faced with better audiences than here, that they clap for me. In Colombia, I get a round of applause every 2 minutes, and the same goes for Mexico. No, that's not a natural one. I want it to be spontaneous, and this is not what I'm looking for. But I want you to speak to you from the bottom of your heart, because resonance. I want you to resonate with it. What that means is that if what you listen to resonates with you and makes you feel, then that's what I'm looking for. And if nothing resonates with you, then please go to emergency room in the hospital, because it will mean that you are dried up inside, that you're dead inside. This is a talk for people who want to bring back their best version of themselves. All of us here have been passionate at some point. We were excited, enthusiastic. Put your hand up if you've ever fallen in love. Raise your hand. Come on. If you've been passionate about something, if you've become so excited about something, you've done everything that I'm going to be talking about. But in some cases, you've done it just like 3 times in your life, or 5. So my mentor says 80% of our days in life just don't count, because there are many days when we're not excited, we're not enthusiastic, we don't say I love you. And we were just playing on those days. And those are lost days, according to my professor. And I think that he's right. We'll properly live intensely very few days in our lives. And I'm not talking about quitting your job. I'm talking about doing what you like. This is my job. I'm working right now. Then I'll take a flight to Madrid, and then I'll take a train, and we'll go to our house in the beach in Alicante, where we have a family home. This is my work. I'm working, and I promise you that I will promise and I will enjoy this conference as much as the swim I'll have tomorrow in the beach, and as much as the meal that I will share with my children, and as much as the tennis match and the walk I'll have on the beach. So my work has to be top, my personal life top, sports top, friendship top. This is what I'm talking about here. And when we do this, artificial intelligence will only be useful to stop doing monotonous and routinary tasks. But what I can do is do more of the good part of life. And AI is amazing, because it will leave us more time to love, to be passionate more at work. I know that you're people working in the field of tourism, right? This is what it's about. I did my homework. I prepared this, but I don't see many hotel managers or business people from the tourism field. But that's such a pity, but I don't care, because we are all valid, and this message will be valid to all of you. If I have more free time, because I get rid of boring tasks, and I go and in my hotel, if this is useful for me to become kinder, closer to people. And the same goes at the domestic. If I have my cleaning done because of robots, and I have more time to go and pay a visit to your 80-year-old mom, we will become more people. We have potential for becoming more better people, because AI is to bring out the best in me, not for us to stay on TikTok scrolling. I've been on the train from Madrid to Barcelona, 2 hours and a half, and I've just seen people scrolling from Madrid to Barcelona for 2 hours and a half. That is drug. That is a drug. It's a strong drug, hardcore drugs, and it's designed to be a drug. It doesn't bring you anything. Its contribution is zero. I talked about TikTok, but I could talk about porn. Not only it doesn't contribute to anything, it just makes you worse. So please listen to me. I've made my homework. If we have a hotel reception where there's AI, you can have an answer machine. I'm an Iberia client, and whenever I call up, AI tells me, do you have any questions about your flight? Can I bring my luggage? Yes, you can bring 2 bags. Do I get to Terminal 1 or Terminal 4? Then I get the answer. And if I have questions, more difficult questions, they tell me, I'll leave you to speak to a person, right? So, in a hotel, AI can answer what the breakfast times are. Well, it's open until 10:30. Anything else? Are there any spaces left in the parking for my car? Yes, 2. There won't be a person answering the phone. But thanks to that, the person at reception, what can they do? I can see you're a bit worried. May I help you? Do you follow? I'm going to be very straightforward here. Waiters here. This is a touristic island. A cold waiter has a job, but after AI, a cold waiter will be jobless. Whether you're kind and nice and close to people, whether you're not, you'll just be jobless. But the ones that are will be able to choose where to work, because everybody will be looking for a profile like that.
I'm clear. I write books about this. If we are humanly good, we will have a lot of work. If we are humanly great, AI will take our jobs from us. That's it. That's a summary of what I want to tell. So I came to say that what is a human person with capital letters? Somebody who loves, somebody who hugs, somebody who has like this, high five. I love working with you. Somebody who, I grab my secretary and I do this for 20 minutes. I go once per week to my office. The rest of the time I'm traveling around the world. And when I go to my office with Marga, he has been taking care of me for 20 years, getting a hotel, booking a hotel, booking a good breakfast. He was always taking care of me. He grabbed a taxi for me to get a plane from Zaragoza to another place to go to Fuerteventura. So how can I tell her just, okay, I grab her hands and I talk to her for 20 minutes, grabbing her hands. I am not joking. AI will never do this. If you do that, you don't need to be afraid. If you are cold, if you're dry, you are lacking closeness, being warming, be scared. There won't be any job for you, because a robot will do better than you, because they don't have feelings, but they know what they have to say. There's job. You know what my teacher said? Seliman, Mr. Martin Seliman, when I'm taking coffee with him, he says, Luis, for those of us who are devoted to this, to talking about emotions, we have at least 500 years of work left, because it's what we actually need. It's true or not? And a machine will never do this. Do you understand the plot of this movie? I didn't listen yesterday's presentations. I will listen to the next 2 ones, and then I have to go to the airport. But for me, the summary of the Congress is that AI has huge possibilities. I brought 1,000 examples. I don't have time to put them all. But a tourist guide from Madrid who has bought an app, where he translates to 10 languages, he's earning 10 times more, because he speaks one language, and through the AirPods or through the he speaks in Chinese, in everything, and he earns 10 times more. He explained the Escorial. Now we have more time. Who joins the group? AI helps, but he's earning money doing his job well, because behind that there is a rural housing in Badajoz, in Extremadura. He was in social media with AI that translate the language of the customer who uses. He has multiplied by 4 the bookings for that rural hosting. You don't need to have a hotel, a luxury hotel. A travel agency, for instance, all of you who have had a booking through a computer, yes, why? Why do you go to a travel agency? Because the person there gives me her phone or his phone. If I have a problem, I can call that person, and you follow that person. What's the big difference there? Human quality. Being warming, shiny eyes. They are glad to see you, remembering your name. Nobody, never. AI will never do that. Do you understand the plot of this movie? And that's applicable to be a better partner, son, daughter, mother. Doesn't matter. Yes, of course. What's the problem with? Can I be a bit acid? From a few years back, we're lacking emotion, illusion. So people, they get comfortable and love dies. And what happens with jobs? It's just the same. You get excited at first when you get it, and after 10 years, yeah, I'm just going to work. How are you? It's Tuesday. We have less days left to the weekend. It's good. Do I seem monotonous right now? I'm with a fucked up audience, because you are not the audience I was told to be here. You are not managers of tourist companies. Here we have kids. I love to have kids, but when I give a conference to 500 kids, I want to prepare message for kids. Today I prepared message for managers in the HoReCa sector, in the tourist sector, and they are not here. Do you understand that this is applicable for everyone, but you have to send the more straightforward message possible? So actually it soaks in, so they can start practicing it when they leave and they start working in their business agencies or in their hotels or whatever. I have a very good news for you. It's not worth to say, I'm like that. I have heard this sentence for a year, and I used it 30 years ago. I'm like that. I get angry, but I say sorry 10 minutes later. Do you like to get less angry? It doesn't come. Well, train. Everything I'm going to tell you is trainable. I achieved that as a CTO. They get moved. It's very complicated to get an IT guy moved, actually. This is wonderful, actually. Knowing that everything can be trained. Say, wow. Somebody say, wow. Wow. At least you have a diploma at the end. I'm not joking. Let's use that technique. When something I say, it's like fucking amazing, say it. We'll keep talking, but I'm realizing that somebody is receiving my message. Otherwise, if I'm not hearing wow, I will be scared, because it means I won't be connecting with you. Every time I say something very interesting for you, say wow, and I will keep talking, but I will be perceiving that this message is okay. It's a deal. It's a deal. Okay, let's go. So let's start with the conference. The previous part was just introduction. Hari is the author of Homo Sapiens. He is a well-known writer, and she has a sentence which is very good. The important thing is not knowing what AI will bring, because we don't know that. Nobody had no idea about COVID, that COVID would arrive. They had no idea on the war of Ukraine. Forecasting the future is very complicated because it always surprises us. So, what does this guy say? He's one of the smartest guys in the world, as it's said. It's not looking farther, it's to look inside, to be prepared to what's coming on. I can tell you what's coming on. Very quick changes and deep changes. Which changes? I have no fucking clue. Last month, I was in a congress in Miami, a banking congress in Colombia, in Argentina, about insurance companies, world congresses, and people say, how will be the banking world in a few years? I don't know. How will be the insurance world in a few years? I don't know. And those who say something say, okay, that's your opinion. Let's see. But what we do know is that there will be a lot of changes, very quick changes and deep changes. And the question is to look inside. Are you ready for change? Are you ready for these changes? Are you ready for the future? And I don't know if it will be A, B, or C. And that's why I thought that this Congress would be amazing, because what we have here, I've seen many articles And there are many more articles about fear to AI. But will it take from us our positions, whatever, instead of thinking about the advantages? And I'm going to tell you about the advantages. But have you heard the title of the speech of this lecture? A kind and realistic view. I cannot cheat the people in Fuerteventura saying that everything is an advantage. I'm sure that there will be inconveniences, but I'm sure, and I said it loud, the people who put their souls, who put their hearts, that whose eyes get shiny, don't need to be afraid of AI. They will have a cool life thanks to AI, with AI instead of not having AI. This is interesting data, right? So what I intend to happen in this group, so of those of you who are here, is that take advantage of AI to say, now that we have AI, now I will make a bigger effort to be loving, kind, close. Do you know what's appealing of people who grab whose I grab like this? I grab like this to many people, and I congratulated this week a host in a plane, a host plane, to the reception desk, a housekeeper of a hotel, and it always took me 20 minutes to do it because they don't have like letters to congratulate them. They always have forms to complain. But I want to congratulate a worker. 3 times I just mentioned. What happened? This person was very nice. But are you being serious? Of course I'm being serious. We are not prepared. So start congratulating people. Start being loving. Say more often, thank you, I love you, many times a day, to your partner, to your son, to your siblings, to your parents. My mother died 12 years ago, after 21 years as a widower, living alone. And she called me 1 year before she died, because we didn't know, because she was quite healthy. She was 82 years old. But one day she called me at midnight. I was arriving at Madrid at 11:30, and she was called me at midnight. She was working with the preparation. I was working the preparation. The next speech, I had already ordered the taxi for the next morning. I didn't want to dinner, just to go early to sleep with my stomach full. I was not going to sleep, but when I saw my mom's name on the phone, I hesitated when she called me. I was such a bastard, actually. Sometimes I don't like myself, but I should have responded. But I was ashamed 3 minutes later, and I grabbed the phone. I said, hello, mother, what happens? So you can imagine the conversation. She was alone, 82 years old, and when I was in a conference with Nobel Award laureates, and she was like talking like this. I made some fish, with my boiled potatoes, and I was listening to the radio because TV is always the same, gossiping. So I live at 200%, and she lives at 2%. That day, I grabbed the phone. Hello, mother. I just want to know that you are okay. That's what she wanted. Just listening to your voice makes me happy. I love you. Good night. She hung the phone, and I started crying. And I promised that in my son's screen protector, call mom every night. And I called my mother every night. And when she passed, I was screwed, but happy, because luckily, over the last 1 year, I called her every night. Why am I saying this? What has to do with AI? Everything. And what has this to do with this Congress? Everything. Because if you do that right, never AI will replace you. If you don't know how to do that, there will be an answering machine in your phone, in your mother's phone. Okay. Now I'm going to be quite straightforward. Please raise your hands. Those of you who have your mothers alive, I hope that there's a lot of young people here, and I hope that most of them, and you call your mother every day to say, I love you, thank you. I will never be thankful enough for what you have done. Raise your hand, those of you who call your mother every day. Please raise your hands. Normally, my audience are directors and managers, and they're mostly men. And when I do this question, I do it very oftenly. They are banking directors, and out of 500, 3 people, 4 maybe, 5, women are more sensitive. Men are more rude. So the story about this is that all of you, if you don't call your mother every day to sell just a nice sentence, 30 seconds, knowing that the phone is free, and that we have 2 hours or 3 hours per day of television, 2 hours of series, and you don't have half a minute to say, I love you with all my soul. Take a good rest. I will never be enoughly thankful for what you did. If you are not good, you are a shitty person. I came here to make friends, as you can see. Do you understand this thing about AI? Right now, it's when you need to realize how AI will need to do your best part. If you don't do it, you will be replaced by AI. In any work, lawyers are counting works with all the big law firms, and 90% of what they do is barely done by AI, because you say, okay, a rent contract, long duration, and it gets you in just 1 second. So practitioners, do you know what they are saying? That the regular practitioner, the one says, what's your painful? What's your pain? This. So take this. That's better AI for those kind of cases. If you are just going to respond to a person because of their symptoms and the age, and that's take this pill every 4 hours, every 6 hours, where's the big difference in the practitioner? There are very few practitioners who just go with you to the door and tell you, okay, let's do all the best so you have less pain and you can start sleeping better. He's not promising to cure you, but he's encouraging you, he's loving you. How many doctors, how many practitioners do that? The rest of them will be replaced by AI. And I say this in many medical conferences. So do you understand the plot of this movie, as I said? That's it. You know what? You know that there's a Spanish practitioner, Lain Entralgo. In 1945, he wrote a book where he said the curing through words in Greek ancient medicine. The Greek people, 500 before Christ, they said that the best medicine is paying attention with love, talking to the people, listening what concerns them, not what it's painful, because pain always comes from not being well at a level of love, friends, emotional. At emotional level, most of the pains are not physical, they come from other sources. So please, I don't want to skip this topic, but it's the message clear, the core message is clear. Now it's, when it always has been important, about the emotions. Now it will be what makes the real difference, the real differentiating value. So we cannot have a guy in the reception, I cannot have a waiter who is cold, I cannot have a housekeeper with the whip. Because have you ever been in a restaurant and in just 1 minute you have perceived the bad mood without not being told even, but you perceive how the way they look, the good vibes or the bad vibes? Have you entered a store and in just a minute you said, okay, the good vibes are palpable, and they didn't talk to you? Do you understand where's the value of the human being? That's the point. So if you don't train that, if you won't practice that, we will be replaced by AI. It's up to you. I'm very clear that this conference will never be given by AI. Do you agree with that? So I can have peace of mind because my job won't be taken away from me, because I put passion, because I get involved, because this morning at 4 a.m. when I got home, away from home, I said to my wife, I don't know how many people, but I will try to improve those people's lives. I believe 3,800, and I still get excited every day in spite of that. Do you understand how this goes? We put some excuses because of what I've paid, because of my age. You have no fucking clue, guy. This is not a payment problem. This is not an age problem. What's inside you? Do you have blood or do you have eyes? We are not afraid of AI. We are afraid of our mirrors. What's a mirror? Because forcing myself to do different things, I live very comfortable in my reception without doing anything. Now I'm forced to be loving. Come on. Of course. Getting out of our comfort zone and saying, okay, now you need to work differently. That's what you had to do from the very beginning. But before, since you had no competition, everyone was valid. Now, not everyone is valid. Now, not everyone is valid. This is a hard saying, a hard statement. Either we're humanly good or you're not worth. I don't want in a travel agency somebody who's dry, somebody in a car rental agency, somebody who puts hinderings. If I'm doing the line and I go there, I just want to pay for a car. You have to make it easy. And if you put it complicated, you cannot be attending customers. Deep changes in any kind generate these emotions. This is studied in psychology. They produce uncertainty, loss of control, and anxiety for the future. AI doesn't need to be perceived as a threat, but a catalyzer. Do you remember a catalyzer is a chemical element that provoked a reaction? AI, I'm changing my tone. It has to provoke us to be a better person because AI is coming. It doesn't need to be a threat. It has to. I'm being pushed to improve. That's amazing. Welcome, AI. Welcome. If I use it to improve, if I use it to justify myself, and that leads me to AI is not taking job from us. It comes to do soulless work. It's like answering the breakfast time in a hotel. Excuse me. It's 10 a.m. Until 10:30, the dining room is open. We have all done that. Why? A person should be there. An answering machine could do that. But for my children, I have a small cradle because I need something, whatever. Don't worry, we don't have that, but I will order one to the next hotel because it's a friend. That's what you put value on in a hotel. Is that right or not? So my wife and myself, we like to end food with something sweet when we are having dinner, right? And we order like a pudding or a cheesecake, and 90% of the waiters bring you a cheesecake and a fork. 10% bring 2 forks, and you didn't even order them, and they don't look you as, oh, you're so cheap. It's just to make your life easier so you leave the restaurant happy. Don't be annoying. You're laughing, but the more fancy the restaurant is, you order when you order another spoon, they look you like the opposite. You're like an asshole because you're being paid to. I will pay you 10 times the price of the pudding. So if you're going to look me bad because I ordered another spoon, did you understand how this customer service things goes? Do you understand? Nothing. AI, it takes care of the more automated, and we can take care of the more human. That's good news, right? I'm not going to be there paying attention to the paperwork. Another of the examples that I brought is that there is a booking central. They had implemented AI and crosses the price according demand in 10 minutes. And that took like 3 days for a whole team. That's amazing. Now, what I'm here for, so that person who calls with question about renting or not that apartment or my room, I can tell that person, don't worry. Besides, we're going to put you, we have views to the sea, and you see that you have a child, so we have small pools for the babies. Come on, I want to go to that hotel. How do I prepare myself for this future when I'm told that there will be deep and very important changes? How can I be prepared? What abilities will I need for this future? This is my answer. Having a strong soul. If I have a strong soul, everything that comes, I will deal with it. If I'm a bland person, any wind blow can pull me away. Do you have any question about? I know that I talk too fast from regarding what I'm going to say, but I don't have much time left. I have to say it. Do you think I'm putting love in this conference? I swear I do. I swear it for my kids. I swear it for my wife. You earned that. Did you earn that so far? No. I don't know if you're saying understanding what I mean. It doesn't depend if your company treats you well. No. Do your best. either with the good or the bad company. If you're in a bad company, leave as soon as possible. And if you have 3 kids and a mortgage, please don't leave. But look for a different thing, because you don't deserve to be treated wrong. But do your fucking best. If you're waiting a wonderful customer to do things right, I don't know any perfect customer. They are nice for a while, and half an hour later, they're stupid. If you're waiting for the ideal boss, I haven't met anyone in 46 years. I have known very good bosses and terrible bosses, but never the ideal one. And I'm going to put myself in a problem, because if you're waiting for the ideal partner to get married, you will never get married, because there's no perfect man or woman. We are imperfect as human beings, but if you do things very right, very well, probably you will have an easy partner life, but above the average, so to speak. So that's life. So I'm inviting you to have a strong soul. And what do your companies? And this slide is for company managers. Those who are not company managers, please take it to your families, for instance. This slide is what makes the difference. Not saying that all companies are the same. That makes me mad. And it's not true. I know wonderful companies, regular companies, terrible companies, and shitty companies. And what's the point of difference? The orchestra director and how he responds to the employees. So for me, what actually makes the difference is this: that companies, families have values, have solid principles. My grandfather was a humble person in Zaragoza, and my other grandfather in Murcia, who was humble. And both of them, when they got a handshake, if your father gave you the handshake, that's worth than the notary. If you have to go to the fair and it's raining, it doesn't care, because your grandfather will take you. When you have that certainty that I will call you this week, and you call that person that week, if I do this afternoon and you do it, or no, I forgot, or maybe it's too hot here in Fuerteventura, come on, piss off. So do you understand that we are in a society, a blunt and whiny society? That's what Pérez Reverte says. We are lacking passion. We don't have guts. Do you know what guts are? That's very trendy in Harvard. Guts, to put passion in a continuous way, not for a while, and you get tired very soon. Focusing on people. Are you sure that you are there to serve the person who comes to your facility? You are there at home to serve your parents, your siblings, your brothers. Doesn't matter. When you're clear about that, you don't live like a shit. It's actually how lucky I feel. Do you know what I said yesterday in Pamplona's conference? Because people were very in my conference. Do you know what I told them? This is very important. Okay, listen to this. I speak a lot. I talk a lot. I write a lot of books. Do you want to know what makes people happier? Those people who are happier say that I'm helping my mother who's old, I'm helping my kids when doing their homework, I'm taking care of my aunt, she's almost paralyzed, where I'm going to be voluntary work with people with disabilities, I'm going to an elderly people center because they are alone. Those people say that when they go to bed at night, they sleep better. So listen to this. Happiness is always related to helping others. I can receive pleasure with a glass of champagne, of a good wine, a good, very pleasant moment in making love or laying in the sand. But that's a momentary pleasure, but it doesn't keep you alive 1 month. However, voluntary actions, helping others, are kept for months as endorphins and oxytocins that are generated in the body. They last for months. So come on, that's interesting. So being a fucking shellfish guy, which is the usual society, that's not why we are here. We are here to do things right, to help, to love. And when somebody gives love to others, going in the bus, how many of them say hi to the driver? I ask 3,000 people. 1 out of 10 say hello. 9 enter, click, they just click. And do you think that these 9 out of 10 in Madrid, Barcelona, we did that? And in Barcelona, it was 0.6, by the way. Those people who don't say hi, enter the bus, saying, when I go to the bus, I will get in. I won't say, no, fuck the driver. A healthy people would think like that? No. as my teacher says, I don't know if you grabbed that, is that we are in automate mode in 80 or 90% of the days of our lives. We go in automated. So when you go to the bus saying, I'm going to rain, I don't have my umbrella, I'm getting late to my meeting, but you are not in bad faith. You are in automate mode. That's what it's called in psychology. Are you going to still live in automate mode? Right now you're in automate mode with a straight face. And if this doesn't move you, as I said before, go to ER room right now, because the World Congress of Psychiatry was celebrated in Vienna in May this year. It was 1 month ago, and it was the final speaker. 500 psychiatrists, all chief of service. You know that chief of service in a hospital is like a god, and they are god. They are all professors. They are like divine. We have the president of the World Association of Psychiatrists, and on the stage he says, if somebody has not felt anything when listening to Luis Galindo, pay attention, because maybe they are already dead. That was told to 50-year-old guys who are professionals in psychiatry. I'm telling you this right now to you. If you feel nothing when you hear this, you're in a dangerous situation. Let's go back to life. Flat brain wave. I cannot hear you. What do you want? Do you know what they do in Mexico? And I'm not kidding. They stand up, less like this, and I swear that I'm alive, Luis. Padrísimo, as they say in Mexico. Here, we're lacking blood. Excellent for training, professionalism, passion, illusion, with everything we do. Please pay attention to your grandmothers. They haven't done these conferences. Probably they didn't go to university, and they put passion when they do meals. They put passion when they buy something for the family, and they spend all day cooking for the rest can eat everything in just 30 minutes. That's another generation that they knew that sacrifice for others makes you feel well, and not the opposite. No, it's just my business. No, that's not the... Please realize, I discussed this with the taxi driver when going back from Pamplona to Zaragoza. 1 out of 3 famous people in Hollywood committed suicide. 1 out of 3. I work a lot with private banking. You know what private banking is? Some private bankings, Caixa, VA, Santander, they have many customers. They are called prims, with more than 10 million euros in cash, not in properties. Well, most of them take pills for sleeping, and 3 are divorced. 3 out of 10 are divorced. You don't need to be... I'm not saying that you don't need to have money, but we don't need to believe that money gives you happiness. Millionaires, after taking everything, commit suicide. In exchange, I know a lot of nuns who are in a hospital taking care of people who have no medical attention, and they go to bed and they show happiness in their eyes. And I haven't seen that in a big directors in big companies. So please, people, how are we living right now? I'm asking you, the youngers, the elders, we don't care. How are we living? And that leads me to this data. I will tell you, this is quite tough. This has been done in January 25. It was done by Boston Consulting and Deloitte. They are top consultancy companies, and this has been done for Spain, this survey, and that's what they say. That thing that will make difference is the emotional health of those people who work in A, B, or C company. Which emotional health? 15% of people who answered who are very happy with their works, with their jobs. Just 15% in Spain. 50% answered who are very unhappy, and 35% said that they don't care. There are good days and bad days, that's it. But you have to work in something. 35%, 50, I don't like my job. Only 15% said they like the job. Do you understand that in a sector like tourism, this is unsustainable? Because I don't want to be repetitive. You said that in a restaurant, when you enter the store, in half a minute, you feel the mood, the vibes. In a hotel, you feel the vibes in just 2 minutes. In a restaurant, in a car rental agency, you feel the mood? Yes, of course. So I'm asking you, are you going to work on emotional health, or you don't care? If you have teams under you as managers, and if you are kids who are just starting, who will start to work in a minute, you have to put your soul to assist people. And your colleagues will say, that's not worth. Do you know that previous month, in May, in April, I worked with the top management of Barcelona, Iberostar, and Meliá. The top management of these 3 hotel companies, hotel chains who are world leaders in holidays. And do you know what they say? Luis, it's very difficult to find somebody who's not prepared, but rather willing, just willing. If they have willing, they are eager, we guide them, because even if the people prepared, that was over years back. I don't want to go to a hotel that knows nothing. I want the people to be nice, but for that you need to be willing. And now I'm going to talk about willingness to learn. Do you know, my father-in-law was interviewed in many radio emissions. He was 93 years old. I was taking him because he was 91, because he has this lust for life. Do you know what he said? Because I never stop learning. I'm learning to cook. I'm learning to play the guitar. I'm learning to sing. I joined the chorus of the church. Always willingness to learn, non-stopping. When somebody young says, nah, why I'm going to learn? Why? How comes that question? The mood, it's directly related with the engagement. If a person is not engaged, it's impossible to assist people, other people with passion. And that's emotional relationship. They have links with you, that you love working with me. I say this to managers with the mobile phone. You have your mobile phones. Okay, leave me your mobile phone. If somebody sees the parents or the sons of the family, you have to see somebody's names here and say, that person is not doing right. If I see somebody's name on my phone calling, and it's my boss saying, okay, you're going to see me in Corralejo, you're going to Jandía. Okay, great, amazing. Okay, I will pick you up, and then we will go to have lunch somewhere nearby. That's great. The boss is coming tomorrow, so I will take advantage to ask some questions. I will take advantage to learn from his experience on my hanging. Okay, well, this asshole will come tomorrow, and I will talk to me about data. I need to prepare everything, because he always puts the finger, and there's always dust behind the cupboard. So if they are glad to be called, then you are doing right. If you don't like, they don't like you to call, you are a boss from the 50s. Is their job? Yes. Do you think that the mood has an impact on the performance in the results? That's an obvious question. I'm saying this because the cold manager, when they hear me listen, everything you say, it's very nice, but in the end, you need to get results. Yes, of course. With people who are excited, results will come no matter what. I have been working on this for 46 years, and results in a motivated company come. In an unmotivated company, you can get results, yes, based on corpses in the road. The whip works very well for the short term, but in the mid and long term, the best ones don't stay with you. And that leads me to okay, now it's working. Let's flourish with AI. And I think blooming, let's kick off with this. Today's intervention, just wanted this, that we get away from here saying that I will improve because this guy has put on the mirror that with AI, either you are very good at a human level or you are taken away, because now there will be a machine that will do things cheaper and better than you. They don't have holidays, they don't have free days, they don't have strikes. Either you do it very well or you're not necessary anymore. Do you understand what is very good right now? Loving, closeness, being warming. Please, don't you perceive it? That friend, that relative, that when he sees you, you're very glad to see that person. And normally, this person is loving, warming, and others are like sick. Be loving, because that thing will never be possible for AI. And that leads me to this to this sentence. I'm trying to make this to be an inspirational trip to our inner world. I don't know if I'm achieving this, but I want to knock on your door, on your heart's door, to open it. I never scream, I never say mean words, but I've learned that for adults to propose changes to themselves, you have to be like this. Do you understand why do I ask before? Because everyone who listens to me has done things that I've said at least once, but once no, do that every day and you will see how you will make a difference. So please raise your hands if you have ever had a somebody who came, a bricklayer who came home to fix the problem. He said that he will come on Thursday at 4 and he has complied with the budget he said it was 82 euros and he has charged you 79 because he has got some discount on the store. Everything is cleared. What do? Give me the phone of that guy. We will ask for that time because that's appealing. 1 year back, I get a course that was for 500 pediatricians and I was lunch with them. And then we have the working session. We have the lunch. We have 10 pediatricians in my table, and I asked to the 10 of them, is there any case where a child during the night become dangerous? Yes, their firstborns, less than 2 months old, with more than 39 of fever, can die during the night. I'm such a bastard, as you can see. I took advantage of that data. So when I started the conference, 4 p.m., 500 pediatricians, and I told them, well, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. If tomorrow comes to your consultation with a baby with 2 months old and has 39 of fever, who of you will give you your private phone, your own private phone number? 2 of them raise their hands. Only 2. Do you understand why I will never be lacking work? Because we have a society where one pediatrician who is a vocational practitioner with babies and doesn't have the sensitiveness to when this exceptional situation, I won't give it my phone to everyone, but for this kind of case, I will give it. Only 2 of them raise their hands. Do you know that we are in a very mediocre society where only a bricklayer is appealing because there's doing her work, a loving practitioner, where is that appealing? Any professional who does a bit more than they are expected to do. Shouldn't that be the usual thing? Do you understand that we are in a society where when you do things right from out 0.5, you are already appealing? There's job? I cannot hear you. Is there a job? Do we have job? Of course. So the future is not the future we're going, the place we're going. It's a place we're creating. On whom depends the future of Luis Galindo? On Luis Galindo himself. This may seem silly, but this is not about chance. This is not about luck. 90% of my conferences are people who were in another conference and told that to their parents, their bosses, their partners. It doesn't matter. So please, if you do things very well, of course you will do great. I'm sure about that. Why? Because in this society, doing things right is very appealing. The future starts now. And do you know what I say? I'm looking at your eyes. If today you go home and you are more loving, more close, you go to a store and you are more close and loving. If you are attending somebody, I don't know if you have a business, the kind of company you have, doesn't matter, and you are more loving, I can ensure that you will remember me and say, okay, if I am better, the other person will treat me better. So please, it's very little intelligence to do things right, because doing things right come back to you. Is that right or not? Who is the most benefit person of being kind, loving with the bus driver, with the guy from the store, with the bakery store? Who's the more benefited one? Do you understand why it's difficult for me to tell this in a conference? It had to be, you shouldn't need to say this because we all do it. And I'm telling this because nobody, the great majority, doesn't do what I say. And finally, this sentence is my screensaver in my computer. The best of my life is about to come. And I believe that. Every day, I am happier with what I do, and I give conference and cooler conference every day. And I do everything. Now I'm sweating. I had a heart stroke like 13 years ago. My wife this morning said, you didn't sleep well. You slept like 4 hours. You have 3 trips today. Don't exceed yourself. And after saying that, he said, I don't know why I'm telling you, because you won't pay attention to me, because you don't know how to do things less than 100%. And that's life. And when I got the stent in my heart, the practitioner the cardiologist who come to my room, she said, don't get excited, don't raise your voice. And my wife said, if my husband doesn't say everything with passion, he will die. I'm saying this just to look at your mirror. We put passion every day in everything we do. What the fuck? No. So don't complain. Don't complain. If you put passion, I can give you my personal phone right now. Call me. And I swear that I have been 6 months pushing passion, everything. If you have spent 6 months putting passion in everything you do for 6 months and you don't get anything, you can call me and tell me. But nobody who puts their passion will be lacking job, because we are a society with people who do things quite well are appealing already. So let's talk about sensitiveness. I didn't look at the clock, so I'm running out of time. Is this interesting?
We have our next speaker. We flew together in the morning, and I think what he's about to tell us is so interesting. So let's leave way to him as well. But sensitivity. Marga, my PA, looked for this image for me. She has a PhD in psychology, and she's really good at interpreting what I say. She looked for this picture because I was talking to top management guys. It's usually men still. And I showed this about sensitivity, and they say, but that's for women, right? And I was like, don't be an asshole, man. The working in tourism or being parents, it's about people and emotions. This is about people and emotions. Let's talk about what relationships intelligence is. Emotional communication. So look yourself in the mirror. I will define what sensitivity means for Luis Galindo. I write books about sensitivity. To me, it's the ability to see what most people don't see. To have that kind of eye, to realize that someone's going on with someone, to realize that your neighbor is sad because you know them and you love them and you look themselves in the eyes. Weeks go by without looking ourselves in the eyes. So more sensitivity. See what most people don't see, and listen to hear what people won't tell you. You have to listen to what they're not telling you. And I'll give you 3 quick examples. They're all real, not from the books, lived directly. If your partner tells you, we need to speak about our relationships, you have to become scared, because it means that things are not working for a long time, and one has taken the courage to speak up. And you know what top management people tell me? It's like, Luis, why are you bringing this up? Women are very complicated. Yes, my wife told me that, and she asked for a divorce, and she told me, don't you realize that I've been sad for 2 years? And my ex said, why didn't you tell me about it? And that's the key for divorce, because if it has to be me telling you that I've been sad for 2 years, then you're more stupid than I thought. Are you following? Do you understand why it is so important to listen to what's not being said? Because people in your family, in your job, won't tell you many things. You need to realize about them. If your children, I haven't spoken about my wife yet, but she has a PhD in psychology, and she helps people die. She's been helping people for 35 years to die. Terminal patients for free. She spends time in hospitals with unknown people, grabbing their hands so that they can go in peace. And now she also helps parents of people who commit suicide. we were helping Niño Jesus Hospital in Madrid for years. All children's cancers that cannot be treated in other hospitals in Madrid, in Spain, come to Madrid to these cancer patients in Hospital Niño Jesus. And every day a child dies. And parents are just devastated because we're not ready to see your children die. We're ready to see your parents die. That's natural, right? But not your children. But suicide is even worse because parents feel guilty. I didn't see that coming. How couldn't I realize that you're suffering? This detail I could have helped. And my wife tells me, my wife speaks about the friends of the guy who committed suicide, and all the friends say that there were some clues. I saw this message. I saw this, and your parents are the last people you're going to be telling that you're suffering. So parents need to realize. We have young people here, but I'm not so young. If you have older parents like 75 or older, and your dad or your mom calls you one day and says, hey, you haven't come to see me in 40 days, that means that they haven't slept for a week. Usually the dad takes the courage to call you. Mothers are usually, no, don't bother him, come on, don't worry. Did you get the 3 examples? Your partner, your parents, your children. The most important things in life won't be told to you. You need to realize them for yourselves. And if you don't have enough sensitivity, it will be too late to find them out. Do you have work to do? Are we going to be more careful with sensitivity now? I'm here to bring you tools. How can I realize if I'm a sensitive person? This is important. These are pictures in the tourist industry. Do you feel when someone is paying, like it's giving you a good service, but do they need to tell you, look, today I'm going to be of great service to you? No, you don't need that. That can be felt. Do you need some ice? Yes, I'll bring it right straight away. Then you're great with that waiter, and they're not doing anything special. Because I will say, oh, ice, I don't know, let me check. Is there a difference? We've been on the planet for 1 million years, Homo sapiens, and we've always had threats. There were dangers through nature, your next door tribe, animals. I studied psychology when I was 40 years old at the distance university because I'm a physicist as a professional. And on the first year of psychology, we had comics to explain human behavior. And we leave our cave since 1 million years ago. The human being just covers themselves like this, with their arms like this. If I find a person on the bus, on the store, then I'll be ready for fighting, metaphorically speaking. If the person looks at me like this, I put my arms down because I can feel that they're taking care of me, that they care for me. The human being gets relaxed and they let their guard down. If you help me, you matter. This looks like magic, but it isn't. Connecting at this level is important. Do you know someone for more than 20 years and you've never had enough trust to tell them about our intimate things, like your sister-in-law or something like that? Like, you know them for many, many years, you are polite, you get on well, but you never have deep conversations. And raise your hand if you've ever had deep conversations in 5 minutes after meeting them. Isn't this huge? 20 years. Someone who's there, spend Christmas together, whatever, but no. We say, there's no chemistry, there's no feeling. No, it's not about that. It's this. It's about this. And we study this in psychology. When someone in front of you shows me with their face that they care for you, I'm relaxed. And when the person in front of you tells you that they don't care, well, you'll keep protecting yourself or even defending yourself. This is incredible. What's your attitude like whenever you're out in the street, on the bus, at school, at university, at home? How do you get in? How do you go back home? Do you have an "I care for you" attitude, or don't bother me? Right. So we know that parents have a child that commits suicide. My wife has very difficult conversations. 10 young children commit suicide per day. Before COVID, 9. Now, after COVID, 18 per day. And in age brackets. And the most people that commit suicide are between 15 and 29. 10 per day. And parents want to die, obviously. And then they say, well, now that I think about it, I know nothing about their lives. I haven't known anything about their lives for 10 days. He comes, he picks money, they go into the room, they play computer, they lock their door. I know nothing about my son. So do we have work to do? Do we understand what this is about? I care for others. Others matter to me. Will I give them the look that I want to help them out? Do you need anything, Dad? How can I help you, daughter? When you take that step, there's reciprocity. If you don't do that, they'll mind their own business. Because we were the same when we were 15 years old. Please, can you see that this can be applied both at work and at home? So do we have work to do? Can we begin being more affectionate, warmer? Do you understand what warm means? I walk around Madrid with my son like this for 2 hours. Sometimes he's like, come on, Dad, you're being a bit painful. But I grab him like this. I'm so happy because we can have this afternoon for us. So be affectionate, be loving. It's free. It's free. My honeymoon was here in the Canary Islands 43 years ago. And actually, we lived here. I lived for 5 years in the Canary Islands. This is where my older daughter was born. Whenever we have some time and some money, we came to Fuerteventura. This was back in 1986, 87, 88. We were living in Las Palmas, and we came every quarter, more or less once. So probably 10 times during the time we lived in Las Palmas. And this is a paradise. You live in paradise. If any tourist destination had what you did, the world would be different. You live in a natural paradise. You don't have to do anything. Just don't mess with it. Don't destroy it. And we need for people to also be paradise. If you are a paradise, you'll just slight victory. Nobody can buy this. But we need to look after the way we treat people. Be close, be affectionate. If we do this together with the natural paradise you live in, this island is just a bomb. Do you agree? So let's do it. Let's go for it. Okay? Right. We're about to finish, but I wanted to give you a few final messages. This is a very powerful message for me. The challenge is not to adapt to AI. It's reconnect with our value, with our purpose, with the best that's in us. To bring out the amazing part that we have inside, to bring it outside more often. Because this way, it will be striking. We have to connect with our soul. Connect with our soul, because that will make us irreplaceable. Is that clear to you? This is one of the key takeaways. I hope that it's one of the most powerful ones. No artificial intelligence will ever be able to do this. Let's connect with our soul, and let's bring out the best. Luis, the best. Esther, the best. Nada. So please, AI is not the enemy. The real enemy is indifference, fear that paralyzes us. AI is a powerful tool that makes us go back to the essential. So I spoke about being warm, being affectionate, being kind. That's just in first class of manners, politeness. AI forces us to be more human, to stand out. AI pushes us to realize what actually contributes value. That's my task. And AI confirms that they will never be able to build bonds, create bonds, bond with others, to have a special relationship with someone, to hug, give a hug. Do you know what 6 long hug means? What it can do for you? Endorphins and oxytocin, a rush. Thank you. To become emotional, to make people emotional. The next speaker is a specialist in AI, and on the plane we had a chat. He told me, maybe I'm spoiling his speech, but in a congress they wanted him to be the presenter together with AI. And they came to the conclusion after several rehearsals that AI wasn't fresh enough, wasn't natural, wasn't spontaneous. So they told him, let's record everything that you're going to say, then we feed that into AI so that it will get prepared and it will respond as you do, because you need to feed that into him. It has to be trained, but it knows nothing. It has a huge memory and it gives answers, but it cannot say, oh my god, I love your answer, but it's fucked up at the same time. No, it will never be able to move people, to make people feel. It won't spoil you. It won't give you tender loving care. This is no joke. It seems like I've stepped the line because I just gave her a kiss on the hand. Let's pamper our customers. These are beautiful words. So look after others. There are many definitions of love, but one that I really like is that loving someone means to look after them, to leave them be as they are, and to help them be the better version of themselves. That's to love. That's what loving means. Look after them and help them be the best version of themselves, accepting that they're not there yet. And Shakespeare. Ships are safer in port, but that's not what they were built for. Did you realize that I'm here to speak about boats? If you tell about this conference out of context, they'll tell you, that's brainwash. These are populist messages. Not at all. These are very deep messages that we need to make fashionable again. We need to start loving about love again. Start talking about love again. Closeness. It seems like these are not words for the working environment. What? No. Working environment and home, the home environment, are the same thing. I don't wear my shoes at home. I don't wear a jacket at home. But Luis is the same person on the weekend or on a Wednesday. Ships are safer in the port. This is a metaphor. But what does Shakespeare mean? That we can give our minimum at home or our minimum at work. And that's what most people do in life. So that they don't get in trouble. They're just a 5, a pass. But let's try and get an A. That's so tiring. Yes, it is. It's very tiring, but it means living. The other thing is just to come through life by. If I only gave my 70%, you wouldn't have realized. Only one person would have known about it. Who? Myself. Because I know what I can do and that I only gave my half. And maybe some of you would have enjoyed the conference more without shouting, swear words, a shorter one. But I gave my 100%, no, my 120%. Why? Because the 13th of June, 2025 won't happen again. I won't live this day again, and I'm going to give myself to the full since I woke up at 4 a.m. And if you do that, it will be striking for others. You will stand out in your personal and professional lives because the average is very mediocre. Do you agree? So let's give 100% every day. Luis, this is difficult. Of course it is. Yes, it's exhausting. It is. But the rest is just to go by, to go through, to tiptoe in life. We're just saying, oh, well, summer holidays around the corner. Oh my God, no, that's sad. Give your whole heart, your whole mind, your whole soul in everything that you do, even in the smallest details. That's where the secret of a full life lies. Full life, I love this term. A full life. That means that I will go to bed saying, oh, hell yeah. You're doing it great. Much better than when you were 30 years old. But the easiest is, do you know what I'm going through? You didn't know how early I got up. Oh, well, I didn't have breakfast yet. I had dinner at 10 at night, and I haven't eaten, but that's fine. I don't care. We can live up to 100 days, 11 days without eating. Some people tell me, oh, I need a bite. Well, calm down. You're not going to die, you know. So let's begin behaving the way we would like to be. Dare being there. You have to dare saying I love you more. Be courageous to do to meet your friends more often. You have to be brave. Sometimes we say, I would love to, but no, just dare doing it. Dare to do it. Become the best version of yourself. And lastly, this isn't working. Can I get some help? Oh. Get excited again. Bring back your excitement. Everyone has fallen in love, has been excited about something, so I don't have to change anybody. I just need to bring that side and bring it out to the outside. I just have to steer you, to move you, so that you realize that you are there. You've all fell in love. You've had those times like, oh, I got the job, I passed my exam. Those high moments, you don't have to create them. They're already there. Just bring them out more often. And this is what I do for a living. I don't work to change people in an hour. That's impossible. My books don't change people. What they do is to remind them about what they have inside. And if you are up to it, bring it out, shine, glow. What's at stake? You don't dare answering. What is at stake here? Your life. This video summarizes today's conference very well, and I'm finished. We had 2,000 people here in the audience. Your life is at stake. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure. See you soon. Thank you. Please. Let's keep the presentation on, please. Have you heard the word easy coming from my mouth today? Yeah. Is it worth fighting? Yes, of course. What's at stake? You are playing your life. So this is my personal phone. People tell me, you're crazy. Why are you giving your email away? Well, why not? Because I love hearing from you. Because I'm much better with my wife, with my children. You know why I put that slide of becoming excited again? Because I had 40 people coming up to me crying in Chile, Rome, or Uruguay, and they shared more or less the same story. Well, this is fucked up because I have realized that I was like the way you said when I got married, when I had my first child, when I began working. I was singing in the car. I was dancing while cooking, but something changed, and now I am angry. I don't like my life. I want to take back my previous self. So I realized I don't change anybody. I'm just making you recover your shiny self. So it's been a real pleasure being with you here today, this morning. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Come on, stand up. Standing ovation. Yes. Standing ovation. He's earned it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you all.
I'm sure that we will remember this speech because the emotions are memory. He has moved that, but we also know that a gram of practice is weightier than a kilogram or a ton of theory. So let's practice what he said. It's not that difficult, by the way. He said many things. One of them, we mentioned attitude, engagement. Yesterday we saw that attitude is something, and attitude multiplies, The future is not a place we are going to, it's a place we create. And yesterday we said that we created as we wanted. We design futures that we say that. He said that we take care of you, and Woody Allen says that the future, I care about the future because it's the place where I will spend the rest of my life. So we all should pay attention to this future. So, how are you about excitement about the future? Are you excited against the future, or are you like reluctant after this oxytocin, endorphin, adrenaline high that Luis has conveyed? Talking about illusion, let's meet a technological illusionist. How illusion lives with technology. He will show us how natural intelligence, the one that we have built in our heads can be bolstered and coexist and never compete with AI. So just to talk about this, we have a real technological illusionist, a person I met in the past, and I had good memories about that. So a big round of applause for Javier Luxor, technological illusionist. Thank you. Well, thank you for your welcoming. But now we're going to continue the line that Luis mentioned, talking about emotions. No, let's talk about another different leg on how people assess situations. I want to keep that in mind because if we base ourselves in a theory with a high scientific evidence in health psychology, when we face a situation, we do it from three perspectives: emotions. Here we have Luis, who told us already, the thoughts, the way we think about situations, and how we behave in those situations. They all interact among them. What we think has an impact on how we feel and how we behave. What we feel has an impact on how we behave and how we think. And the only thing is that what we can infer from people is their behavior. We never see what they feel or how they think. We see how they behave. We were talking about emotions. Now let's talk about cognitions, the way we think in situations. What's the speech that we make ourselves? What's the voice that talks from inside of our heads and the speech it uses to talk to us? When somebody faces a changing situation, a transformation, they start to talk. There's an internal dialogue. We need to know how the dialogue is. And here I want to touch three important aspects. The first one is how we go on automate mode. I need you to understand very clearly that 80% of the cognitions, of the thoughts that come through our heads are automated. 80% of them. It seems quite a lot, right? It's not that much. Even this is translated in a cognition. But when we are driving and we skip a turn, we were thinking. They are automated thoughts. And they are amazing because they allow us to build on them, to automate processes, and over those processes already automated, we build more complex ones. But we trust so much in the automated processing that we take it for granted, and we think that any automated process in our minds is us. And be careful, it's not our thoughts. We are more than just our thoughts. And there we need to understand one of the best things we can do as human beings. The rest of the human beings can't do that. We can do what we call metacognition, thinking on how we think. Very few of us do that, actually. And especially when we should do it, when we face changing situations. If we did that, we would know that the internal dialogue in our heads is a house full of pre-thoughts, biases, beliefs. I want you to see how predictable we are when we go on live because of going just in automate mode. I know there are models, already defined models. I'm going to need the help of a guy. Do you mind if coming on stage? Ian, come. Big round of applause for Ian. You need to go all around there, please. So let's do a small game with you. I will be telling you because the stair is far away. Let's play with a die. There were kids here today. How are you? A pleasure. Come here. Come with me, please. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming here with a smile, and we are thankful for that. You said Ian, right? Ian. Let's play with a die. We all know what's the point of a die. You roll it on the table, and it tells you what to do. It's 3, and you count 3. It's at 6, you move 6. But let's play it with a small revenge. And not the way we like it. You're going to choose the result. This is weird, okay? But let's play it as here. There are numbers from 1 to 6. Let's imagine that you think on 3. You put your hands like if it was a table, and you place the die with the number you have chosen. I'm going to ask you 2 things. Don't show them. And secondly, you cover it with your other hand, so I cannot see it. I will turn around, but in the case cover it, there's a camera. It's not pointing at it, but you can do it, so we cannot see it. It's important that you place your number there and tell me when everything's ready. Are you ready? Yes. Okay. Don't say anything, but act as if you could read his mind, as you could read what he's thinking. I cannot do it. But we can do something. We can know how the way he thinks, how we all think. Imagine if we knew the decisions he has made to make to this point, we could guess or divine what he has said. This is interesting. Normally, men, when we play this, we tend to choose odd numbers instead of fair numbers. Normal people said they tend to use a number range. They tend to use good people. We'll see that in a minute. Just a minute. I will bet that he's a good guy. He's a guy. He will be a low number. And if you could read his mind, normally he would have chosen number 1. That's a possibility to be chosen. We cannot read his mind, but we can infer the information that we have, because we in the end all think the same. Is it number 1? It's number 1. Yes, it's number 1. We have. It's not bad. Not so much. Thank you. But pay attention. It's important that I understand that, especially I'm reading those of you who don't have a plus. Don't matter. It doesn't matter. Many of those of you who don't have plus is not that much. Okay, it's there are 6 numbers. It's not a miracle. Do it. Let's do it more often so you can see the dynamic and understanding the structure and knowing cool things. Choose another one because if you want. Don't do it randomly. Put the number that you want. Think it and put it on the die. When you have it ready, put it. Tell me, are you ready? Okay, good. Think now, what may he have chosen? Because it's not a random thing. You know what he thought before, and we can know what he thinks now. It's very likely that he has thinking of, what if I put the same? That's a logical thing. It additionally comes to our minds. But I don't think he hasn't done that, because what he's doing now is playing with me. I don't think he has chosen, but his thought, because it's an automated thought, is to stay close to the first number. This is anchoring. When we think about a number, the next one will be closer to the first one, because here at first thought 1, the heaviest number in this case, he has not repeated because it's very unlikely, but probably it's number 2. I understand it's number 2. It's number 2. Yes, that's normal. That's cool. That's a cool thing, right? The mental process is the most interesting thing about all that. It's not about reading somebody's mind. It's to know how people think. So let's do it a 3rd time. But I'm not going to do it. You, what's your name? There's no need for you to move. Esther. It will be a stare. I don't have the pleasure of knowing you. Just reset again from 1 to 6. Choose the number you want. She will be able to guess it. Think the one you like, but it's important that you think it. I'm going to tell you how I follow this process. When you have it ready, tell me. Don't get too complicated. Okay, go. Think that he may have chosen. I'm going to tell you what I ask myself things. I ask myself. I would say, could have he repeated? That's an option. Is there any more possibility of doing one thing or another? And you analyze the situation. As I said, you have the clue. But I'm going to ask you, do you think he has repeated the number? He says no. I don't. I also agree with that. I'm almost 100% sure that he has not repeated. He wouldn't dare. Now you need to choose something. He has gone to the opposite side or closer to the first ones, to the other extreme. He has talked about the anchorage effect. There's another effect. It's up 6 or 5. I guess that it's 5. She cannot read nobody's mind, but we can guess, and we know how he thinks. It's number 5. It's number 5. Yes, that's it. Thank you, Ian. Thank you for your help. A big round of applause for him. But look at how interesting this one, and you just nailed it. It's not about guessing. We cannot guess what they are thinking, but if we think on how other person thinks, we're closer to get what they are thinking. But we don't do that. Thinking actively or listening actively or thinking more often, we don't do that anymore. That's why we have AI. That makes it less human, but it can help us to take our potential to the maximum if we use it to work at our service, not to do our job. That's a different thing. It's a different nuance. That's an interesting idea. When we face this new reality that's coming to us, we can listen to our mind's voice that says many things. Probably this is quite frequent. The difference is not that there's people who does that or not, and there's person who actually does that and takes action, and people who accept that, and that's it, and turns that into a reality. There are two thoughts that revolve around your head every time we face a transforming situation, a change situation. This has been always done like that. There are no opportunities. If you pay attention to those of them, this has always been done like that. It has to do with the past. There's no opportunity with the future. That's where mine likes to be, either the past or the future, but not the present. We should use the future to elaborate our strategies, the past from to learn but living this moment. But our inner voice loves anchoring to the past or thinking about the future in a skeptical way. There are no opportunities. Those sentences are not true. They are false. We tell ourselves that because brain likes to be comfortable in our comfort zone where there's no energy consumption. If we automate the patterns to think, as you can see, we are predictable. The first idea, there are no opportunities. Something that happened to me when I was a kid. I was 12 years old in the 80s. My father made me a gift, and I'm going to ask that lady there, please, can you come to stage? Yes, you, please come. The one with the sweater. Yes, you, the white sweater one. A big round of applause for her. I'm going to show you. Come here. You have the stairs over there. I will ask you your name, otherwise I cannot see you. I'm going to show you something that my parent gave me back at the time. Probably those of you who are my age, my father came from a trip with a Rubik's Cube. Alexia, thank you, Alexia. Thank you for being here. Alexia, I know that you know this is not impossible to resolve, right? When I was a kid, this was impossible. Either you knew somebody who knew how to do it, or everyone where I know how to do it. But back at the time, I didn't know how to do it. And I invented a method to solve it. And it's not the one you were thinking of removing the stickers. No, that doesn't work. My style is more stylish. Please, Alexa, just unpuzzle it. Something that I invited when I was 12, even if I didn't know how to resolve it. But it all has to do with measuring, not accepting impossible as a thought in my mind. I always knew that impossible was just a resource that my mind used to cheat myself. Our minds cheat us all the time. And I did something curious. You will act as my sister. She mixed the cube, and I went like for a magic's bag. But I grabbed the box, mixed the cube. I mixed it. I put it in the bag. Excuse me. I put it inside. I snapped my fingers, and the cube was already done. I don't like this attitude, by the way. I like that one better. Do you know what they are thinking? Are you thinking that too? Oh, that's strong. What they are thinking is, this is lack of trust, by the way. You don't trust me. If you trusted me, you wouldn't be thinking that. You think that I put the cube, and I got another one that has already been solved. Even if I prove you, until I show you that the bag is empty, you won't applaud as I deserve. But fuck you, I won't show it. Those who want to trust me, they have seen a miracle. Otherwise, you will leave home and you won't know. It will be only her, and if Alexa says that the bag is empty, there's nothing. It's empty. So Alexa, please, darling, is there anything within the bag? Nope. And that's worse. You don't trust her. That's heavy. That's even if you don't see it. That's mean. I did this with my sister at home. She's a bit smaller than I am, and we didn't talk. But my sister, we talked among us, and she said, "There's nothing," and my family applauded. Not like these guys. Thanks to them, I got to this point. But yes, you're very clever. The cube is here. That was the first time I tried to do like this. Specifically speaking, maybe if it's solved, there are some things to sand. It was the first time that I tried to solve something without doing or knowing how to do it. I didn't accept impossible, but I'm going to use it. Grab your cube, please. Put your hand as I'm doing it. Do you know how to solve it? No. It doesn't matter. It's just out of curiosity. So I'm going to do something. I'm going to grab your cube. I'm going to see the 6 faces. You're going to flip with this. We're going to flip out with this. Okay, grab it. What I'm going to do, I can do it with one hand or with one hand or with 2 hands. Which one? I will do it with one hand. Okay, thank you. One hand then. What I'm going to do, I can do it looking at it, or I can do it without looking at it. Looking at it or without? Okay, don't looking at it. Okay. There's no need to read your mind to know what you think. So let's do something. Let's do it with one hand and without looking at it. When I looked at your cube, I calculated that in 18 movements, it's done. I will try to make my cube as similar as hers. 18 movements, I will count. Without looking, without 18 movements, with a hand, without looking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It's done. It's like yours. Thank you, Alexia. Thank you for your help. A big round of applause for her. Look, this interesting idea. It has been always done like that. That thought, when I show you the cube, you see it, and the first thing that comes to your mind is a solution. You anticipate they're going to mix the cube, he will solve it. That's not a bad thinking. Not bad. But that's the first thought. The thought that your mind offers you as a best solution. The brain offers the best solution. Like where we were in wild, followed, chased down by a lion, the brain said, which is the best solution to save my ass? Go to a tree. Climb up to a tree. That's what you saw. That's what the monkeys did. And in 0.5 seconds, it can save your life. But now we are not chased by beasts. We can accept that thought as it has been always done like that and leave it aside. Maybe that's the best solution, but maybe not. But if we accept it at first, we lose the rest. This game has this thing present. When you think I will mix it, that's a good solution. But what if we decide to do something different with the cube? What if instead of doing it or solving the cube, we make a cube similar to another cube mixed by another person? That's surprising. That's different. That goes out of the box, so to speak. But you cannot see that, and you can only see that if you just break this thought of having done things like that always. That's a limiting idea, and it's dangerous. But it's not the worst, by the way. I will never tell you that this thought has been done like that. It's a brain thought, and in critical situations, it can save your life, as I said before. But we can conduct some metacognition, thinking on how we think, and leave it aside. The second dangerous thought is there are no opportunities. I like this one a lot because it comes up very oftenly in our minds. We all have the thing that there's no opportunities, they're running out. AI, even less. It's just the opposite. This is the other side of the coin. The way you want to see it. Normally the brain, do you know what the brain likes? The brain would like that instead of changing reality, instead of changing you, reality should change. We need to adapt our ways of thinking to the new reality, and the brain would like the opposite, that reality changed so it could become what the brain thinks. And you say that that's not possible because otherwise every one of us have different ideas, different realities, and we build it. So how can reality become what we think? Wouldn't be the opposite better? Our way of thinking should fit into the new reality, so it changes. The problem is that it's difficult. Sometimes when we see no opportunities, I can show you, and I love to discuss about that when I can talk long time with someone. I am one of the ones who thinks that there's always opportunities, and people who think that have these opportunity, these extreme situations. Some people there, they can even find possibilities. Circumstances are important, of course. Yes, yours are important. Mine are important too. The ones we had to leave. But under those circumstances, depends. What we do depends on the way we think. The environment is important too. The situation. There are many factors which have an impact, but we have a tool which is the management, the managing of the way we think. Normally, when we say there's no opportunities, it's that not that there are no opportunities. It's that we don't want to see them. The brain doesn't want to see them. It's not willing to do what's necessary to see those opportunities, and that's transformation. Every time people say change is bad, it comes from outside, change comes from our minds, the ways of tackling a situation, of accepting a new reality. When we do that, opportunities appear in unexpected places. And that, I want you to keep that in mind, because that's the last game I will do right now, and it's my favorite one, with a big difference compared to everything we do. It comes with me every time, because apart from showing what I'm showing you, I like to be awakened as this game does. I want you to enjoy this game, because this game does what I say. I will need the help of a girl, please, of a lady. What's your name, please? Come here, please. Come to this side. There's no need for you to come to the stage, but I will tell you to come here and help. What's your name? It's a complicated one. You are from here. I'm going to ask you something. Please, do you want to come to the stage? Okay, come around. There are some stairs. Be careful. Well, go to the outside. Okay, thank you. She's used to that. I'm going to ask you, while you come, think about a number. I'm going to ask you about a number of a two-figure number. It has to have two figures. I'm going to ask you which is over 22. Okay? Larger than 22. Two-figure number which is larger than 22. Okay? Do you have it? I'm going to ask you something. Don't tell it to me, but if you want to change your mind, you can. Some people think that I'm capable of making you think the number I want. I can do that, but I'm not going to do it. And just to see I won't do it, I will let you change your mind as many times as you want. The number you want, so you have this full certainty that it's not a number I have forced you to put. In this some sort of cloud, I would like you to write it down. You fold it in twice. I will turn around. If it's two figures and larger than 22, it's good for me. Is it folded? Yes. I'm going to ask you something else. I'm going to ask you, if you don't mind, I will break it. I will tear it apart. Everyone is in front. I will break the pieces. Please don't change your mind. If you change your mind, I will fix the pieces, but put your hand. How many opportunities do you give me to find out the number you're thinking of? 3 opportunities. She's generous. Well, they are quite a lot. I admit that if I divide it in 3, let's try it just 1. I want to try to figure out the number you're thinking of. I'm not going to fish. I'm going to say something about the number you're thinking. And if she says no, and ask you to be loyal, to say faithful, and if she says no, the game will stop. The problem comes from me, not from you. I know that the number you're thinking of, let's see how I do it. I know that the number you're thinking of, the 2 figures, are different. Yes. I know that the number you're thinking of, the first figure is smaller than the second one. Yes. Okay, let's do it. Come on. You say like, okay, I know that the first figure is even, excuse me. Yes. You see the next. I know that the last one is odd. And I know more things about the number. What I'm going to show you, it's very complicated to know more, or it seems to be that. And how to see the amazing thing of what I'm going to do, I will let you my phone. You cannot see it. I'll lead you this stopwatch. And once I say, okay, you start it, and it will count. And when I say stop, you stop it, and we see how much time it took for me to figure out the number. Because I want you to actually see is amazing. This is amazing. Don't click on it yet. Okay. Okay, click it. How much did it take for me? 12 seconds with 13 cents. I'm normally below 10, but 12 seconds, it's fine. What do you know? I have done 12 seconds. Your hands would be bleeding, but you still don't know how much. Well, is your number here? No. Which is the starting figure of your? It starts with 2. Okay, there's a 2. We have half of it. Which is the final number? Here we have a 5. What happens? We need to connect everything. I don't know if you see the connection. It's not that valid. I'm going to tell you something. The opportunities are not the way you think about it. These are the opportunities. You need to make a small effort. You said 25. Okay, it's true that we would all like to see it as it is. You would like to see 25. Yes, that's the opportunity I was looking for, but not how it goes. They are different. Just look at this. Maybe it's a bit forced, but what you will see in a minute will force you. Let's add the first vertical. 25. The first vertical are 25. Some adds 25. Because of the lack of applause, you think it's just by chance. I knew that you didn't applaud. Not because you want, because you were adding the next one. I'm clear about that. The second one adds 25. The third one adds 25. And the fourth one has 25. And all the lines add 25 in the end. As you can see, we have 25. 25 is everywhere. It's like opportunities. I told you before that opportunities is not that they are there, it's that we don't want to see them because we expect them to be like that. We don't expect to make the offer and turn the opportunity by looking at it in a different manner. So when you do that, the opportunities are endless because they are everywhere, even in diagonal, as you can see on the screen. On the corners, they all add 25. The center adds 25. The corners also 25. There are always opportunities. They are everywhere. In fact, it's so incredible. They are so incredible that don't worry. You're with me. You don't need to applaud. But please come here. There's something important left. They are everywhere. When you look how to look at it, even in the time it took for me to do it, 12 seconds and 13 hundredths. That adds 25 too. In all places. Thank you. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for her. For me, this exercise is incredible. I love it. The idea of trying to find the solution I want, not one that exists. That's what the brain does. That's what it wants, the opportunity, as the way we expect it. However, in changing situations, opportunities come up in a different way. It's not that there are no opportunities. In fact, there are more opportunities, but they are not the way you expected them. And if there's something left, maybe those who are looking for them, take it. That's why they run out. But there's an endless source of opportunities in your brain, in the way of you perceive reality, in the way of accepting that this we have in our heads is always in beta phase. It's a map that can be updated. Do you frequently update your applications to your mobile phone, right? Yes. Can we update our way of thinking? Download updates so they can fit into the new reality. That's more or less what the app does. The applications do. We need to do that. Download updates in continuous mode so they can automatically update, because that will show opportunities not the way we like them to be, but the way they are. And AI brings a lot of opportunities, more than the ones we can see right now. We cannot see them because there's not because they don't exist, because we are looking through the eyes of our past, and we need to look at the future. And to look at the future, we need to have that open mind, trying to find things, to question the way we think, as we said before, not thinking in automate mode. Run away from these thought. From the thought of doing these things like they have always been done. Understanding the opportunities is not that they don't exist, it's that we don't want to see them. That's the best way of finding them. Be humble with your way of seeing reality. There's a new way that you need to embrace. Thank you for your attention. It has been a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you for your help, guys. A big pleasure. Thank you. It has been an honor to be here. Thank you, Javier. As usual, you were fascinating. I kept thinking that 25, somehow it will come up somewhere. So, coffee break. We need to be on time. We have enjoyed this morning. We were fascinated with Luis Galindo and now with Javier. But now it's the moment to have a break, to recover our sugar and glucose level in our brains, do some networking as we did yesterday. It's very important, these kind of events. The people you meet, probably you are next to somebody who didn't know before, somebody who can be fascinating and who can change your life. There are some demos to test and to fiddle around with virtual visits, with robots. So please be on time, because the next panel, where we will focus on the tourism sector and the experience, customer experience and user experience and visitor experience, those parts are very important. So we will be back in 20-25 minutes, okay? Thank you. Yes, vamos a darnos un poquito de prisa.
No lo he visto.
Good afternoon. We're back from the coffee break. Luis Galindo is taking pictures with half of our audience. But out of respect for those of you who are here on time, we have a round table now, and we need to be on time. So now we're going to talk about tourism again, and we're going to streamline the experience at our destinations. Traveling is getting more experiences. If they go wrong, if they are not up to stake, then they can be frustrating. And if they're brilliant and they're exciting, then we'll probably share them positively and we will recommend them. But to talk about all of this, we have Álvaro Carrillo de Albornoz. He's the General Director at ITH, the Technology Hotel Institute. Francisco Quintero, Sales and Marketing Director at Landmark Hotels. It's a hotel in Tenerife, I'm sure you know it. Ramón Adillón, he's a member of SCAL International and Paradores. And Javier Ortiz, he's CEO and co-founder of Sexta Planta. So let's make the most of this user experience in our hotels. The floor is yours. Thank you so much. Thank you for trying to have a good debate and see how AI is shaping clients and we need to change accordingly. So let's try and have a dynamic discussion as much as possible. We have hotel owners and business people in the audience. Let's begin by sharing an experience. For instance, you, Ramon, an experience from the point of view of the client at Paradores. The examples that you think that are a good cue to follow. Well, first of all, I would like to say that it's a real pleasure sharing this panel with you, and I would like to congratulate the organization for putting together this event. I would talk about our cousins, Segitur. They have been some years now with a smart destinations, tourism destination, set out by Mr. Davila, and he's working on it still. There's a very significant example, Benidorm, a very popular tourist destination, and they have implemented the Internet of Things, IoT, and they monitor the tourist influxes. They manage the traffic, and they've managed to unblock the most popular spots in the city, and thus bringing a better experience to the customers and tourists. Francisco, thank you so much for being here today with us. I'm here to talk about the hotel industry. What have we done for customer experience? Well, in order to improve it, we talk about ADR. How do we work on it? Well, controlling what the experiences are like. We always try to improve our hosts' reviews and assessments. So from the beginning till the end, throughout their whole journey. For us, the journey is very important. Where does this journey begin? That's easy. In the first contact they have with the hotel. So we have a call center. It's created together with CRM and with artificial intelligence, and we begin by giving a one-on-one attention to the clients. So the AI concept has evolved into a traditional agency concept. So for us, it's not so important to focus on the sale, but to provide a good customer experience, customer care. We're not selling a room, we're selling holidays. How do we sell holidays? Well, we have integrated the concept of the flights as well, because at the hotel, we also help you buy the flight for you to come to our destination. So from their place of origin, they take the flight, then there's a transfer service to get to the hotel. They book it together with us as well. They come to the hotel. That's what we're interested in, right? Because that's where our greatest income comes from. and we want our customers to know the destination. We prepare outings, day outs, activities inside and outside of the hotel, and when they leave, we take them to the airport, and from the airport back to their home, almost. So what do? Well, this way we have control so that the whole journey is a positive experience, and we can do it. Thanks to technology democracy, we have improved the customer's journey, and I think this is a hugely positive tactics, and we have great reviews as well. So you're a travel agency then? If you do all of it? Yes, we have. We can do the tasks of a travel agency. Obviously, we don't issue the ticket, the plane ticket, but we sort it for them. And Javier, as consultants, what destination experience can you provide? Well, at Sexta Planta, what we do is to help businesses to transform themselves from a digital point of view. We want to help in the internal processes. So there's a term called revenue management to manage your income revenue. And we've been running for 10 years, but we have realized that we are like a transforming agent in companies. The most challenging part is that companies make decisions out of objective data, and that means changing the culture of the company entirely. In this regard, we act as a change driver. How do we do so that companies change their processes for the benefit of the customer experience? Well, first, we make them aware of something as simple as reputation. A hotel on booking.com that has a review of 7.9, the average price can be between 12 and 20% below what they can. So whenever they get a final score of 8, they can increase their prices. And in a year time, this can mean thousands of extra revenue. So the whole team in a hotel has to be focused on selling, from the housekeeper or the maids to the waiters in the restaurant to the reception. So the client, the customer, gets a comprehensive positive experience. We'll dive into this a bit later. There's a lot to talk about. Let me give you a specific case. We work with hotels, but we also work with tourist destinations. In mainland Spain, we're working with Andalusia in a project called Beyond Trend. So hotels need to have that culture of data, but they take a step further and share data among them, so they have a vision that is homogeneous. You fight for your own hotel, and then you have a wider vision about your destination, where you are at. Data are anonymous, of course, but thanks to those shared data, the customer experience can be much better, because it's about the whole destination and not just about your hotel. Yes, the customer experience is not a fashion, it's not a trend. It's directly linked to the business. Faced with two similar hotels, the better reputation online will be able to set higher prices, and a customer will probably prefer that over the other. For instance, if you're deciding between Fuerteventura and Formentera, and Fuerteventura has a higher reputation, probably tourists will prefer coming here. I think that's key. Yes, and as Javier was saying, everything is oriented to sales. If you get that better score, you'll see that in your P&L account. So let's shift from customer experience to destination experience. We heard in the morning. We need to be kind. If you step into a store, you can already sense the atmosphere. So from a point of view of the destination, are there any obstacles? Does technology help? We have some success cases, but are destinations aware that they need to use technology to improve this reputation? That can be an indicator for the customer experience. Are they embracing technology? Not? What's your opinion? I think they're still not doing it yet. There are some early adopters, more developed destinations like Andalusia or Valencia, and they're starting to behave this way. Choosing technology as a tool to improve is the step for action, but they are only starting to doing it. I really hate certifications, but do you remember that quality system for destinations? It was useful to raise awareness, but in the end, destinations feel that it's just a quality system. And it applies to many different areas: transportation, police, waste management. But it was useful to raise awareness, because what if I do great as a hotel, but when my client goes to the street, it's impossible to take a taxi, if locals are angry because of tourism, if other services that are not good and are negative for the experience of our customers. When we speak about customers, I would like to take a moment. This is a very abstract word. A family that comes to Fuerteventura, maybe 3-4 members of a family, are saving for the whole year to do this trip, and that trip is a very special moment for them. It's a unique time in the year, so everything needs to run smooth. That family otherwise won't come again. How about Tenerife? Is the destination on board of the same strategy? Well, we need to be clear. The hotel sector is ahead of the destination. The sooner we accept it, the better. This is the reality. The hotel business has hundreds of thousands of data that we can use, that we can process, that we can share. We have a questionnaire, an exit questionnaire, and we say, what did you think about the destination? And we have thousands of answers. And I'm happy to share that with whoever needs it. But the reality is that we're not asked. They don't work with us because they haven't got in touch to work on the data. I have no data. Turismo de Tenerife or the Canary Islands. Data, I cannot use them because I could use them for advertising, for purposeful actions. Do we think this is something they want to do? Well, probably yes, but we're already late. So what could they do, knowing that they're already running late? How can they join forces with hotels, and how can you all work together? What could destinations do to embrace technology as a solution to provide a better service? Well, to begin with, to share data and to be ready to receive other data. That's essential. If you don't have data, you have nothing. Anything you do will be, I believe this is the right way, as per what I can see, but otherwise, without data, you're always going to be lagging behind. Okay, so there's a huge line for the taxi, but the idea is that we don't have that experience. We talk about mass tourism. In my personal opinion, I don't see that there's mass tourism. There's bad management. I take my car and I don't see a line to pick a taxi. That's bad decisions, or decisions that have not been made yet. but this needs management in advance. The projection of destination needs to be planned way in advance. One of the challenges for destinations is managing that all stakeholders jump to using technology so that customers have all the information: tourist attractions, ticket buying, transportation, etc. All the aspects within a trip, a holiday. Yeah, you said that you have one-to-one marketing, and in order to do that, you need technology, don't you? To provide this personalized service, you need technology. Absolutely, it would be impossible without technology. We're working on a case now. We're adding data about our bookings, which are tons of them. We're entering it into AI. It's incredible for analysis purposes. We don't know that they come from the UK. We know that they live just 52 kilometers away from the airport. We extract so many different data. We extract data from the mailing campaigns, from the booking process. Let's remember that they also buy activities and transportation with us, and we mix it together and we begin extracting data. Yes, the mixing element is AI. Before we said, let's run a campaign for July. Okay, July for Spaniards. Now that's not the way it works. What's my niche in July? How can I streamline my marketing campaign? So the ratio from Madrid is this, this age group, this profile, etc. And that's an optimization of the campaign that is amazing. If we were at 0.5, we can now do 1.5 or 2. And that accounts for millions of euros. And that's what we need to be working on. We need to optimize. We need to work to become more agile and to make decisions based on data. And a marketing expert can process many data, but AI just outperforms them. Yes, because we're talking about a micro-segmented mailing campaigns. Sometimes we send mailing campaigns every day. Well, that's mad. Yes, but not everybody gets a campaign every day because it's highly targeted. So we need to understand when a destination can do this to do international and national promotion, right? And from the point of view of indicators, which are the key indicators you're using to measure the customer experience and the destination experience? And next question is, what do you do about them? Do you feed them to the mixing element? Well, for me, if you go on booking.com on the client score, there's an indicator called value for money. In our company, we work in revenue optimization. If that indicator is very high, it's telling me I'm selling cheap. And if it's very low, it's telling me that I'm selling for very high prices. So we need to strike the right balance where I don't find it cheap or expensive. I'm just selling at the right price to the person according to my value, depending on the time of the year. A hotel is not the same throughout the whole year. We have high season, low season, and perception also changes. Some perceptions depend on a hotel, but not all of them. It's not the same arriving in a place like Marbella in August, where it's hard to park, where you can't find a place to eat, to walk in the promenade is difficult compared to March, when the weather is already good, but it's not so populated. So we get the perception that the customer perceives at every time, in every moment, and that's when you need the support of AI to do that micro-segmentation analysis. From 2019, I'm really happy to help directors of paradores to improve their online reputation and the customer experience. And except for the COVID months, we have increased our KPIs consistently. We have a block of unstructured data, what clients post on social media, opinion portals such as Google, TripAdvisor. And then there's another block, satisfaction questionnaires, opinions and reviews on booking, because as you know, we have the data because we can know the age group, the booking characteristics, etc. And with all of it, we can generate KPIs. One is a more general one for opinions and questionnaires, and another one which is more broken down, including green areas, cleaning, kindness of the people you've dealt with. And we can set out objectives to monitor those KPIs throughout the year. This way you can compare whether you're doing better or worse than the previous year at the same time. You can have the aggregate figures and compare yourself to others who use the same indicators. And there are some quantitative ones, such as mentions. Millions of words are analyzed to find out which are the ones that come up the most and which have a positive impact, and when it has a negative impact on your business. And this way you can work on the negative ones to improve. Let's be pragmatic here. I'll give you an example so that you understand how we use the data and how we can improve the cross-selling. Let's do this case. Nobody has been at La Mar hotels, but when you get to reception, we have an AI data analysis that we see likelihoods according to your profile. So if you are 30 years old and you come with your family, with your young kids, for instance, the answer is 25. Well, when you get to the reception, those data are analyzed, and the receptionist gets a profile, and it gets a pop-up, and it says, recommend to this customer to go to Loro Parque, and you have 85% likelihood of them accepting. Well, in the past, we saw the profile of the customer if they had stayed with us previously, and then we looked on likelihood. But this is just an example. We have more than 1 million euros revenue only through this exercise. So it's important to analyze each and every person that come to the hotel, and we need to work with artificial intelligence. Otherwise, it's undoable. And then obviously there are supplement actions to help you with your revenue. We are businesses, we're companies, we look at results, we look at performance, so we need to work to improve that performance. I loved that example. It's the example we took with Luxor, with Mr. Luxor, Javier. You just incorporate it to your processes to guess what the client might feel like doing, or when they get to reception, or when they are coming from the pool on their second day. But you can aggregate the data, but if you don't take action, it's pointless. We developed a PMS a few years ago, and we didn't sell it, but a client asked us to include the comments on the client's sheet. So what they did was to develop a protocol in reception whereby minutes before the customer arrived, they read the last comments so that they could be proactive when they were checking in. Hey, welcome, Mr. Martinez. Last time you were here, you liked this kind of pillow, so we have prepared it for you now. So gathering the data, creating a protocol, and taking action. Do you have any practical examples in your companies or in the destinations where you operate? How can you include the client's voice, whether through internal comments are external. What do you do about them? It's great that the directors at Paradores have the feedback from their customers. If you don't fix this complaint about aircon or about the parking, lack of space, etc., what do you do to improve that experience or the experience at destination? Look, there are our street is under construction, and that's going to have an impact.
Here you need to work on the immediateness. When a customer leaves unsatisfied, that's very complicated. That's when we talk about loyalty, customer loyalty in the end. Everything about satisfaction, loyalty, customer loyalty, the great deal of it is done through the operations department. And when I talk about the operation departments, is the one who provides the in-house service. So if that department doesn't work properly in an immediate manner, you will never make a customer loyal. If somebody writes you, there are solutions, call to the reception desk, I have the shower, there's no hot water. If it takes more than one day and fix the shower, that customer won't go back to that hotel. It's very important to be immediate when it comes to working with customers' complaint in an agile manner. For that, we have a web app where there's an incident and the responsible person will work on that immediately. And the most important thing is that they don't work only in the solution, but rather they communicate through the website that they are working on that solution. It's being good and looking good. You also need to look good, not only being good. It means that the customer needs to perceive that you are concerned about his or her situation. In Paradores, what do you do? Indeed, a part is monitoring, but the other is acting, because, of course, what's the point of collecting data? It's about drawing the customer journey line, seeing all those interactions before when we wanted to book, before the confirmation of the booking, the check-in of the stay, the exit, all those contact points that back in the 80s were defined as the truth moments, the moments of truth, seeing where there are moments of pain and try to turn them into wow moments. So analyzing all those millions of comments, seeing at destination the visitor journey, since they have the idea of traveling until they get there and leaves back home, all those 1,000 contact points. I wanted to say that before I forgot, a very important thing, which is the NPS, Net Promoter Score, also known as is the recommendation index, which is that question: would you recommend this hotel or this destination to your friends or relatives from 0 to 10? That's a bit unfair, but it has an impact. The rules are for everyone. If you score from 1 to 6, you are detractor. It's 7, 8. It's passive. Acceptable, but not good. You are only promoter if you score 9 or 10. So you have to do it very well, either by reducing the number of detractors compared to promoters. Anything above 0 is you have more promoters than detractor. Anything above 50 is excellent. And as Francisco said before, I was viewing what you said about let's try to solve customers' problems when they are there. And in operations, you say that, okay, in a destination, who is in charge of the operations of the destination? There we have a mess, because since you are clear about thing of problem with cooks, with housekeeping, with the pool, in destination, who gets that complaint and who manages that? Probably they don't even know a complaining destination when they learn it's too late already. Nowadays, it's too late. We, as we said before, we have a question in our survey on this after the exit of the customer, and that remains for us because nobody asks us that. I've talked with agencies, with bodies, and they say that, how can I share that? No, there's no possibility. There's no way of receiving those complaints, the government bodies. So how problems will be solved if they are not capable of being agile? Well, they are not being able of storing data safely. So probably they have a problem in the end, and destination is key for every company's health. Right now, Canary Islands, of course, with the price increase, you all know, the price increase in Canary is brutal. Unfortunately, a part of the destination doesn't join us because there are some destinations that are beating us. It's important to know that, and you have to be clear about it. There are destinations where, if we continue in this line, can take many visitors from us, and the tourism adds a lot to Canary Islands. So if we don't take care of it and if we don't work properly, we will see in a couple of years. The impression I have is that in real time you can see that there's a lot of people who want to go to Maspalomas Beach, and the parking is full, it's saturated, so the person is ready to, okay, you're recommended to go to another beach just to manage all that. From the point of view of indicators, you can see that there's an indicator of massification in a destination, in a resource, but who in the operations department conveys to the customer that there's a problem and now it's better to go to somewhere else. In a private company, we know who is in charge of communicating. Those, it should be the town halls, actually. And how we have a perfect framework, we have a dashboard, this is massified, etc., this is not. So how does this become an action to convey to the tourists that this is like that and we need to change something? That's an important area that DTIs should be working on, indicators to view the information. However, they need to take action, and that's a leap that nowadays doesn't exist yet. No, it doesn't exist, of course. However, a practical case are the beaches at Cabo de Gata. To enter there, you need to go through a barrier administered by the Town Hall of San Jose and other municipalities, and when the parking is full, nobody else can enter until the next day. It means the DMOs, destination management companies, are devoted to promotion, and now they have reached a point where they need to devote an important part of their resources to manage and to plan tourism. Tourism is a phenomenon that, as we said before, it's like oil, like crude. It comes up spontaneously and following some trends and fashions. And now with social media, the promotion through internet goes very quick, spreads very quickly. A destination cannot take years to react on how to manage that massification, because then it happens what we're living now. Destinations where we have a bad experience for the visitors, but at the same time, let's say a turmoil for the resident people. That's due to inaction of people who are there to manage and to plan, and they need to manage and plan. And so far, what they are doing is to react instead of forecasting or anticipating. What do you say? We need to be closing, but I couldn't leave without asking you about what can I do. What comes from my mind is ChatGPT. Right now, Cabo de Gata beach is closed. Knowing that ChatGPT AI can use it more and more often from the hotel perspective, consultant perspective, what are you doing? Because I want to go to Fuerteventura for a weekend, for instance, and I'm not going through Booking or TripAdvisor. I use ChatGPT, weekend in Fuerteventura. Where do I go? And ChatGPT nowadays will tell you where you need to go and where not to go. So how, as hotel companies and consultancy companies, how are you introducing this kind of customer change to make promotion? For us, it happened in our own flesh as Sexta Planta. We were called by a tourist accommodation chain in Madrid, and I always filter commercially. I always ask, where did they know us? And the owner, the person who called us, had asked on Perplexity, which is a free version of ChatGPT, more or less, but tell me 5 agencies devoted to this and that, and he got Sexta Planta. However, why are we there? Now, ChatGPT, Perplexity, they track through internet. So far, a very important part that has to do with the positioning in these results will still be what we call SEO, the browser positioning, high quality content, well referenced, well structured, everything related to metadata, because in the end, we're going back to what we did back at the beginning of the 2000s. We write for the user, but we need to write again for the machine so that the machine can find our content at the due time. Artificial intelligence, wow, innovation, I can advance that in the hotel sector, will eat us alive. You cannot imagine that. Everything we're doing right now, as Javier was saying, everything about SEO, excuse me, we don't know yet how to do it to be first positioned. We know that already. If we write properly in our position, it will be well positioned. How to be the first one. All the advertising part, nobody knows what will happen with the SEM campaigns, those Google positioning campaigns. Will SEM exist within ChatGPT? There must be some payment campaigns. Google will exist in 5 years. Maybe Google can disappear. There are some indications because we see that the web, but you can see Lambar, you have a list on the left. Okay, to be in that list on the left where we have all the results, we spend a huge amount of money. And only 30% of people in the module where it says website, there, in that button, that free button that says call by phone, address, how to get there. So you can see what I mean. AI is eating us alive, and we don't know how the future will be. The browsers will be necessary. Maybe not. Probably, especially in urban destinations, that because they normally take shorter bookings, they will say you will say it on loud. Say book me for a hotel in Madrid with score higher than 8, and you can do it on the phone, just talking to the phone. So why do I need to go through a website? Yes, that exists. That's called the operator. And for ChatGPT, since we give our credit card to Uber, Cabify, or Glovo, you can use a credit card to ChatGPT, and when ChatGPT finds what you want, okay, you can say it, buy it, and it buys it. And in Paradores, just to conclude, because we need to finish, in Paradores, we have exploring the possibility of using AI to respond to bookings, to assessments that are like 100K per year, and so it's easier for them to respond. But there will be always necessary to validate humanly, because because we need to know what's going on in the Parador. But very quickly, yesterday I went to an event celebrated by 20H about destination sun and beach, and a person from Idea Association said something that was surprising. In Barcelona, there's a bus line that goes through the park well, and residents were saturated because it's full of tourists, and what they did was to remove it from Google. Therefore, the tourists couldn't find it anymore, and it went back to normal, and the residents were able to use it again. That's for saturated destinations, since we have some like that in Spain. Well, we have many topics unmentioned, and it would be a pleasure to continue with you. But just to conclude the topic about AI, let's cease looking for internet on the internet with a keyboard, and tourists will start to talk with the internet, and you will see that increasingly more, because you will chat with these different applications. Instead of browsing on the internet, we will talk with the internet, and I think that customer experience will be a change of paradigm. So thank you all of you once again. Thank you Alvaro, thank you Ramon, Francisco, Javier, thank you, because you added a lot of value to this conversation. Before giving the floor to Google right now is having bad information. I said Google, it will disappear. I think it won't disappear. The CEO will, and SEM will change. It will be explained in a minute. They have talked about Perplexity. I don't know if you know Perplexity. A few weeks back, and I'm fiddler in terms of generative AI, I asked Perplexity, okay, what can you tell me about Nacho Villok, which is myself? And as before, you could ask Google, and he told me things about me that I didn't know, or that I couldn't tell in such a good way. You know how he has contributed to the digital transformation of companies? Tell me. And he made a full list, a bullet point list that I couldn't formulate that well. You said that Nacho Villok has written a book on innovation. Do you want to know the summary? And he made the full summary of my book. And what blew my mind was that if you want to know who was in the presentation of Nacho Villok presentation, well, tell me. I'm talking about the presentation who was done back in 2014, 11 years ago. And there were 60 people, maybe 12 or 13, because there were people who made a picture, who were labeled. They uploaded that to social media, and Perplexity at that moment it's not a tracking. It read what everything has been published. He identified that those people were there. So it has changed. It won't change. Well, it has already changed. The way we will meet each other, we will introduce each other, where our brands will find us. That SEO and SEM position we worked with for many years has changed. And to talk about SEO and SEM and to talk about Google, he should be here. Okay, amazing. We have another directive from Google, a senior manager for Google, who has been since Google arrived in Spain for more than 20 years, and he's an expert, and he can tell us very well and explain this technological impact on the tourism sector. So Luis, the floor is yours, and please remind us why Google will still be very important in our lives. Thank you. Good morning. First of all, for a start, I keep working with Google. A lot of what we have heard before, it keeps working and will continue working probably. The second one is something much more important. Google has a face and a body. The body can be improved, but we have a body. We are people. And apart from considering what we have been discussing this morning about humanism, people, what we need to do, how we need to push, etc. Now, let's turn this upside down and let's talk about AI, or artificial intelligence, of course, from the perspective of technology and how we see, or how we could see, this technology, this brave new world that is opening ahead of us, which is AI. I guess that everyone is concerned about the noise around the race of this AI, around this topic. We have heard just a minute back, some people have an apocalyptic view of AI. It will take our jobs from us. What will we do, etc. So let's see if AI, artificial intelligence, can be a threat or either an opportunity. And within this session, this vision of threat or opportunity, we will see some things about how we could apply already AI to tourism world, hotels, transportation, tourists, services, additional services, etc. The first thing we need to keep in mind is that this is not a fight between the man and the machine. We are not talking about Robocop anywhere. This is something that we need to live with. Let me talk about like an old grumpy person. I lived, before starting working at Google, I lived the race of internet. We're talking about the 90s, and then internet, and many people, we had that apocalyptic view back at the time. What's this thing about internet? What it is doing, what it will do? At that very moment, nobody knew what internet is now. As I said, we have that apocalyptic view, and there was a lot of people, and almost everyone, that assumed that there are new technologies. Let's take them, let's experiment with them, let's take advantage of what it can offer, and from there, we'll see. I think that regarding AI, we have lived it. We have lived at the beginning of the 90s, the same situation when internet appeared. Now everyone talks about AI, names that are there, revolving around us all the time. However, nobody, I believe that nobody, not even the main technologists in the world, actually know what AI can or will be able to do in the future. Likewise with internet. And the world didn't stop. We still have work, maybe different works, of course, and we keep enjoying life. Therefore, what is AI? It's a new technology, of course. Now we can talk about new technology. Internet is not a new technology anymore. It has been with us for many years. A new technology that will help us in complex tasks to simplify complex tasks, and it will help us to automate repetitive tasks that the human being doesn't need to do if a machine could do it. And especially, it will allow us to devote the human brain capacity to do other things that machines won't be able to do anymore for us. What AI is not is, as I said, the end of the world. Please don't have that vision, that apocalyptic vision in mind. It's not magic. We have lived here this morning. That's like the one we have seen this morning. It cannot replace human brain. The human brain will be always ahead of machines. And of course, it's not the answer to any problem. It's a new technology and another technology which is in our hands. Therefore, the question is that what? What's next? Everyone says this is over. My God, machines will dominate the world. What will be of us in the industry where we are living right now, in the industry? Let's talk about the evolution of human being. We talked about the origin of internet that many centuries ago, when the man in the caves discovered fire and started to touch it, it burned himself. Maybe the shaman of the group could have come and said, okay, fire is the worst thing, it's the end of the world, it burns you, etc. Okay, some people said, okay, let's see how we can take advantage of this new technology, which was fire. What would have been of us without that technology? It was just the same when the printer, Gutenberg's printer appeared. We had the monks over there they said it was heresy. Everyone could have a Bible with something they had at home. That was also the end of the world. Again, what would have been of us without a book, a paper, etc. And let's not talk about at the beginning of the 20th century, end of 19th century, when we started to have cars. A car that had a maximum speed of 15 kilometers per hour. People said that was crazy, they will kill on the street, they will run over us, etc. Well, let's go to the streets, and almost everyone has some sort of vehicle. But it's just the same. When the fire was discovered, when the printer was invented, when the first car was built, those facts have nothing to do in terms of how those technologies started, considering what it has become. It's the same with AI, especially because of one thing. And it's that, first of all, with AI, we have been working with it for many, many years. Probably you all use Google Maps at some point, the GPS of your mobile phone or any other. This is based on AI. However, we don't realize, is it a benefit or a problem when we use this kind of thing? Or for instance, when we use Google Translate. This is the same thing. It's based on AI, and we don't even realize, because maybe we shouldn't be so afraid of it. Or when we go on holidays, and this is even more recent, and we can almost modify the pictures of my holidays by suppressing or deleting those elements I don't like. For instance, people in the background. This is AI. And this is not being the end of the world. It's in our hands. Then the AI is starting to do many things, discovering many, many new proteins, and together with the possibility of developing new materials, it's already making advanced medicine, construction, living of our cities, etc. AI is being used for many, many things in the benefit of society, in the benefit of the human being. For instance, to help incidents response teams in forest fires, how it is evolving, how it will evolve, trying to move ahead of the fire to avoid the maximum damage. And also, the images from the aerial traffic based on using AI is helping to mitigate the climate impact of the polluting elements generated by planes. Or, for instance, in big cities, the traffic management based on AI. This is helping already to optimize the traffic on the streets, to avoid traffic jams, etc., etc. It is a frequent thing every day. These are realities, and even in something as important as medicine, AI is being used to try to detect in an early manner some sorts of cancer, some strains of cancer. So AI is nothing new. It has been with us for many, many years. Well, just a few years. That is being used for the benefit of society. Because AI it's based on machines. These names that we have heard so far, these virtual assistants, etc., in the end are supported by machines. Who creates those machines? Who codes those machines? It's the human being. Therefore, since we are already seeing that the human being is developing technology, and therefore AI is created by the human being, and what we need to do and what we are doing and what we should continue to do is that human being needs to identify and knowing and detecting how to use that new technology in its own benefit, as we have always done through history with fire, with the printer, with the cars, etc. That's what we are already doing. Therefore, I believe that we need to have a more optimistic view of this concept that right now is so fancy on AI. Oh my God, this will be the end of the world, etc. Machines are made by humans in the benefit of humans. Will it change our lives? Yes. As over the centuries, different new technologies have changed our lives, but with a perspective always for the good, even if there are some impacts, negative impacts, or not desired impact. So, if we move to the topic in question, what do I do with AI? Is it for me? Is it fit for me? Or not? My first answer would be yes, of course. You're already using it in many, many things in your daily life. Yeah, right now you can write or edit texts, summarize complex documents or big databases. Before we talked about the management of big data, etc. We can translate, we can learn languages with AI-based tools. We can ask it to generate new ideas for you, that it thinks a bit beyond, to automate repetitive tasks, as we said before, to develop an application, even if it's easy, but this can be already done through AI. You don't need to waste a lot of time on that, and it can even create a business plan for your company. That is done already. We can do many, many things. You can have a full list, you can create images, videos, but in the end, there's always somebody behind, because there's somebody who's asking these tools, these AI tools, to do something, and with the result that you get, this result is being used, is being improved, it's being modified in his or her own benefit. If you're going to ask a virtual assistant to generate a business plan for your hotel, I wouldn't believe it 100%, of course. It can facilitate a lot of work, but from there, I am the one who knows, right? It's my business in the end. So I want to allow that a machine, which doesn't know my business, tells me everything I need to do. But probably it will give me some ideas. It will generate some working lines on which, with which I haven't think. That's what we can do with AI. And in a very short time, we will be able to do much more things, much more than what we see right now. We start working with them, or the machines will start to understand better the human being. We said before that right now you don't need to browse on the internet, you will talk with machines. We are already doing that. But in any case, that's an evolution of the interaction between technology and human beings. When computers started, we used keyboards, both hands, to interact with a computer. Then we started using one finger, mobile phones, up and down. Now, since we don't use our hands nor a finger, we talk with machines. That's perfect. And okay, what? That's easier for us. It's more useful and has more benefits for us. Machines will be able to remember the past. The models, AI models, are based on what a human being has created over history. Therefore, they can create things from scratch. But if they didn't have what everything that we as human have created over history, the machine would be unable to create anything.
Therefore, let's think that the machine will probably do something that is a step further. If we ask for a video or even a film, I'm sure we'll be able to do this in shortly. Maybe the machine will take one step ahead of what the human would have created in 10 or 15 years time, but without that teaching that learning our historic baggage, machines could do nothing. But there are many important things that AI will be able to do. We need to bear it in mind. To run a business nearly 100%, simple businesses. It will help design new drugs, new medical treatments, even new sources of energy, or it will help us to optimize energy sources, the ones that already exist. Many different things will be available thanks to AI. We need to keep our eyes open and our minds clear. We are the people who create the machines, and we need to make the most of the machines that we come up with. To adapt what AI is doing or can do in the tourism field, allow me to think of what AI is already doing for the tourism sector. I have nothing to say about it. You are the ones who run your business, or you're studying to run touristic companies in the future. I would like to speak about the flip side of the coin, the user, the consumer, the tourist, how do you call them, the traveler. How can them use, or how are they already using AI in their experience in tourism? There are 5 stages of travelers in their tourism experience. So what to do before packing? This is when the tourist begins interacting, engaging with AI tools. For example, in something as easy as I'm gonna rent a home in a country that is 5,000 kilometers away from where I live. There's a different language in my destination. So, for example, can we play the video, please? Hola Camila, enciendo la traducción. Look at that. Two people who speak different languages. One is the lender, one is the tenant. Each one speaks their language, and the AI tool is translating live into the other person's language. So, tourist accommodation businesses, holiday homes can benefit from this so much. What else do travelers do before traveling, before packing? Well, to look for inspiration. Where do I go? Where shall I go next summer? Did I get any recommendations, or shall I ask a virtual assistant if I tell them about my interest, who I'm traveling with, how many days I have, what's my budget, and I can get ideas according to my criteria. So that virtual assistant can plan my whole trip. As we saw in the image, I can do all of this with my phone. I don't need very sophisticated technology. Well, I'm aware that it's mindful of the price, so I can ask this AI tool to look for those times when the flight cost is at reduced cost, or when there's an offer in the hotel I want to go. And in order to see whether that's the holiday plan that I really like, I can get immersive experiences. Yesterday, we saw an example in Malaga. It was a virtual assistant that guides you through the city, etc. I recommend that you go on Google and look up Buen Camino, Good Camino. It's an immersive experience about the Camino de Santiago. You can see videos for different Camino de Santiago real tracks, but there's also a section for food, for parallel activities. You have videos for pilgrim statements of what to do in every stage of the Camino. So it's a 360 experience that, before packing, I can already decide what I want to do during my holiday. But now I'm on my way. I go to my destination. I'm already on track. What can AI do for me? What is it already doing? Optimizing my time, saving me delays. For instance, when you have to board your plane, if instead of giving out a little piece of paper, you could just put your face so that you have eye recognition, things would go much faster. You don't have to show your ID, your passport, etc. Or if I go to the airport, a huge airport like Schiphol in Amsterdam, I open up the airport map on my phone on Google Maps, and I don't have to be looking around and looking for the signs to find my boarding gate. I can already use my phone to take me to the right place. When I get on the plane, well, there are onboard services. I didn't have to ask for them. The AI app from the airline knows what I'm like and has some services ready for me. And I have to do nothing. And the air hostess knows who I am and tells me about the services that are targeted at a person like me. I still haven't arrived in my destination, but I'm already using AI during my trip. Right, so now I finally get to my hotel. There are many options where we can use AI. What do we use when you get to your accommodation? Well, you do the check-in before arriving. You just use your phone. But same again, you can have facial recognition without having to interact with anybody at reception after waiting for 15 people. You could do this thanks to AI. Or get to my accommodation and all my preferences are already there. The hotel is aware of the kind of pillows that I prefer, the lighting in the room. I love ambience light or music. I don't even need a card, the key to get into the room. When I get to the door just recognize myself and it just opens for me. These are things that are being tested out already. And they know who I am in the hotel and they have some suggestions for me. So these kind of things are a reality already. And if they're not already offered, they're being tested out to be a reality soon enough. So the travelers have many different options, and according to your priorities, we are going to be making decisions. And as a tourist, I'll be able to know who is providing me with this personalized and enhanced service and who isn't, etc. Right, I'm already in my hotel. I'm on holiday. What can I do? Thanks to AI tools. Well, many things. I can have a virtual guide. If there's no human guide. And apologies to Luis, because not everybody needs to be human. I can have my phone or goggles and I can have someone guiding me through my holiday. I can have additional experiences too. Supplementary experiences to the real world one. In museums, for example. In cultural activities, you can find your audio guide. That's very common. But the National Gallery in London, for example, does the following. As you're looking at the picture, an AI tool is generating some music based on that picture you're looking at. This way, your experience will be much richer. You're at the National Gallery looking at the pictures that are hanged there, and it's an addition. While you're on holiday, your virtual assistant, my guide, can recommend things as I go. On the go. I'm walking around the city and oh, hey, do you know that 50 meters away there's a shop that we know that you like, and there's an offer for you. And I'm walking around the city and I come across this recommendation. Oh, I'm just 50 meters away, so I'll go. Do you understand? That's already something that is real, and that's going to make some destinations stand out over others. And of course, 24/7 service available for any questions or problem that me as a tourist may have during my holidays. Well, my holidays are over. That's sad. So I'm back from my holiday, a little bit depressed. What can I do? I can write reviews. I don't have to type them. Otherwise, the tool that I'm using has probably been gathering my experience and is generating a review automatically for the means of transport I used, my accommodation, the additional services I've bought, etc. And not only that, in order to make me happy because I'm very down because my holidays are over, is already making suggestions for my next destination based on my interest, on my previous experience, on what I liked, what I didn't, etc. etc. I'm a tourist, I'm a traveler, and I can get a bit happier thanks to that. And I begin getting offers, suggestions, all individualized and personalized proposals about that new destination. Look where you could go. Look at the price that is available for you so that you're a loyal customer. This is the journey from before we begin packing up until when we are suffering from post-vacational syndrome. Okay, and that's fine. It's not the end of the world. The tourism business won't disappear. Hotels will be up and running, and we're just gonna get added value as tourists. We can provide a better experience compared to others, and this has been the case all from the beginning of times. So we will just use AI tools for the same. It will make our lives easier, and we will be able to run our business in a more efficient way if we do things right. Some businesses will survive for sure without so much hassle. We don't need to be scared. And we will have travelers, happier tourists, happier customers before actually traveling. While I travel, while I enjoy my holidays, and when I come back from my trip. We will obviously have some memories of the best parts of that experience. And that's it. No trouble. So, artificial intelligence, yes, it will be around for a long time. It will help us out in life. Don't be scared. Let's open up our eyes, let's be open-minded, and let's begin spotting the new opportunities that this technology will bring. And things will be much better than now. And that's it. No dramatic, negative views about it. This is not the end of the world. So this was the key takeaway for you. Well, these images that you've seen, videos, GIFs, etc., have been AI generated. All generated by Gemini, which is Google's AI. So instead of having to look up for images, so I had my personal assistant looking for the right image to illustrate the concept. Look, that's it. Show happy, satisfied tourist on Fuerteventura's beach. And I got this straight away in a few seconds. That's it. So it's helped me prepare this presentation. And that was it. That was what I wanted to show. Do we have any time for words? Any questions? You have Google's face in front of you, so any questions? Thank you, Luis, for showing us that AI is a very powerful tool that is already with us, that is a reality that can help us deal with preparing presentations faster. And we've talked about many technologies. AI has been the hot topic yesterday and today, and it's crystal clear that we're going to coexist, and it's going to take over the repetitive, boring, routine tasks, and we can use creativity. It's going to help us become more creative. AI creative. Well, we might not have a huge budget like largest players, but technology generates abundance and wealth. Technology has always helped with abundance. So we usually only have the low-hanging fruits, but thanks to AI, we will walk up the ladder and be able to take the fruit at the top of the tree. All the analogy frictions are a thing of the past. Atoms and molecules break, wear out. However, bits and bytes only grow the more they're shared. So please, let's give a big round of applause for Luis. Thank you. Well, all good things come to an end. Before the institutional closing, let's recap on the past 2 days. We've looked at technologies, how AI coexists with emotional intelligence. Luis Galindo has reminded us how important it is to be passionate, to give our all every day, because every day is gone and we don't want to waste any days. We could play around outside with gadgets for virtual reality, augmented reality, immersive experiences. We saw some robots and how robots can help us out with those least appealing tasks so that we can be more human. We have heard how important sustainability is. Tourism is growing and growing, and this 1.4 million tourists in 2024 worldwide are going to get to pre-pandemic figures this year. In Spain, we receive 100 million tourists. France was ahead of us because of the Olympics, but this year Spain is going to be the country that receives the most tourists, and 18 million out of those come to the Canary Islands, and 2.5 million choose Fuerteventura as their destination. So let's make the most of it. Is that a lot or is that too much? Well, it will depend on how we manage the impact on the territory. Environmental impact and social impact, the carbon and water footprints, the plastic footprint, the cultural footprint. Tourist brings health and money. And we don't have high season. There's no peak in August. We have tourists throughout the whole year. And sometimes this can bring up some problems when we don't understand things properly. But if someone has tourism in their DNA, that is the Canarians. This is an archipelago within the Macaronesia Islands, and this is a natural spot located among 3 continents, America, Africa, Europe, amazing nature landscapes, natural landscapes. So we need to make that stand out, so that tourism is a source of wealth, source of heritage wealth as well. We shouldn't kill our precious product. And to wrap up, we have Carmen. Carmen is the councilwoman for new technologies at the regional government of Fuerteventura. Not a councilwoman, sorry, she's the regional minister. Thank you so much for making this Congress happen once again. I know that it's a big effort to keep it, to promote it, and we're very thankful for this event. This 2 days place Fuerteventura on the map and on the tourism and business map. So Carmen Alonso, thank you so much for making this happen yet another year. And it's very interesting that there is a regional minister for new technologies in an island like Fuerteventura. Good afternoon for all of us who are left and the Congress Fuerteventura 4.0 Technology and Tourism. It's been a huge honor to organize from the Minister for New Technologies, and thanks to Asofuer, this 4.0 Congress. For 2 days, we have gathered together the main players in the tourism and technology fields. 2 days of conferences, debates, roundtables that have allowed us to explore the key areas to face challenges in innovation, sustainability, and technology. In the past years, technology has made so much progress, leading to fostering competitiveness and the development of the tourism industry. And this change has to be driven by the joint work of all the stakeholders, professionals, companies, and institutions. This collaboration has allowed for a learning environment in this Congress, Fuerteventura 4.0, and we have consolidated Fuerteventura as an innovation lab for tourism that is a reference in the whole world. We heard about technology advancements that are going to change the way we travel, communicate, and promote destinations. Tools such as artificial intelligence that come to improve the tourist experience when they're in their destinations. We've heard about strengths and advantages, but also the challenges and dangers that require critical thought. Also, the new opportunities that open up and that we can feel here. Technologies that we should integrate in the development of the island, so that tourism works as an instrument for social and economic transformation. I would like to thank Asofuer for their commitment, because this Congress has been a very enriching experience, full of opportunities. Thank you to the professionals, institutions, and companies that have participated, because all of us together will build a promising future for Fuerteventura and for our islands. I would like to mention, of course, to Luis Galindo. I think that we have our emotions alive. It's been an energy rush, because sometimes we lack motivation, and one of the key messages he conveyed was that we need to nurture excitement, our attitude. We really need to be excited. We need to be eager. If we only work in one way and we don't give space to emotions, the results won't be the same. It is essential to promote leadership based on excitement, emotional intelligence, and attitude. And another sentence and quote that he mentioned was, "The best is yet to come." We need to treat people the same way we would like to be treated. Javier Luxor, what to say? What can we say? He was an amazing speaker with all his tricks and plays. He was saying that opportunities are everywhere. Where you least expect them, you need to look properly to find them. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you very much for your enthusiasm. I hope that you leave this Congress Palace with some key takeaways. And some of these unforgettable experience messages will be the green sprouts. They're easy to forget. It's easy to step over them. This shouldn't be. We have to look after them. We have to give them sun, water to see them grow, and maybe in a few weeks' time we'll see that it's become a plant, and then it will bear fruit. So how? Perplexity, ChatGPT, Gemini, let's try them out. They're free. To create an image with Gemini is free of cost. So ask Perplexity or ChatGPT or Copilot, any of them. It is free of cost. If it sparked your curiosity, begin playing around with all these new technologies, because maybe it will surprise you, like I did when I first used Perplexity. I wish I can see you again at FTV 4.0 in 2026, because we'll have a new edition next year, won't we? And 27 and 28. Yes, fantastic. So I hope I see you next year. Thank you so much, because this has been an absolute gift. Thank you.
Se acabó.
Ay, pues ya está.